All right, greetings everyone. Hope all of you are having an absolutely fantastic day. I am missing a light. Hold on. And bam, yes, I know it has absolutely been a minute. I apologize for that. I'm back. Unfortunately, with the craziness and my job and my live streams have been up and down, up and down, up and down. But that is going to be able to change very, very shortly. What's going on, Star? How are you, man? Feels like Dark Souls and Oblivion mix. They killed it with Tainted Grills. I agree, absolutely. Darmo, what's up, dude? What's up, Vicar? Good to see you on the street, man. Rob, what's up, man? Always good to see you, dude. What's up, Smokey? Co-worker? How are you all? Think this game would be considered as a sleeper game? Yeah. A lot of people didn't know this game was going to be so good. What's up, Kiwi? How are you all doing? What's up, Dayhawk? What's up, Daquanicus? How are you, man? Look forward to the Tainted Grail stream. Yeah, it should be fun. What's up, Pepsi? How are you doing? Hope all of you are having a very nice weekend. Let me plug this in. There we go. What's up, Jovi? How are you, man? Good times all the way around. Should be a fun day today. I have been ripping and running all day, had a lot to do. So it's going to be nice to kick back for a while and play some Tainted Grail. To be honest, I don't know if I'm going to end up doing a full playthrough of this game. I might not. Because there are a couple of other games that I actually wanted to play in anticipation of some games that are coming out later this year. And so we'll see how that works out. Why is Tainted Grail not starting? Is it updating? No? Okay, it's running. So we'll see how it all works out. But I feel like we'll do at least 1 or 2 streams of it, so you all can get a feel for the game on top of the other videos that I've already been doing. Been waiting for the Rise stream. Awesome. So it's like we've been getting good releases every week. Man, 2025 has been pretty amazing for games so far. What's up, Tito? My barbecue chicken, potatoes, green beans, applesauce, or a can of chef RBD spaghetti. How tired are you? I guess that's the question. What's up, Titan? How are you, dude? I know you're Rick. Yeah, I know. So it's just me or the female model look way better than the male model for the main character. You know, I've never seen the female model, to be honest with you. Feel like the guys look like that, a boulder or 2 or 3 tear dropped on their face. Jeff, appreciate the follow over on Twitch, man. Marcus, I definitely recommend you check this out. Smokey, no, it's not my first time playing. I put a review up on the channel. I'm probably going to play this one a little bit differently than I did when I went through the game, though. When I went through the game, it was as a summoner, which was really, really freaking cool. The game will close. Please relaunch the game and Steam will verify files for you. What? Corrupted game files? What is going on? I really, really enjoyed Summoner. Had a great time with it, but I could see some weaknesses in it, and so I'm wondering what the game is like when you do a playthrough as just a pure mage, but by yourself using your spells and abilities. I might end up doing that. I really, really like spellcasting in this game. It feels like a AA version of Elder Scrolls. I think that's fair, coworker. I think that's fair. I mentioned in my review that this game definitely doesn't have the sheer mass of content that some of the Elder Scrolls games have, right? Like most of the dungeons you go into, it's very, very purposeful. You go in, it's like 5, maybe 10 minutes, you get your task done, and then you get out. Whereas Elder Scrolls has those dungeons that you could just get lost in, where you're like, when is this freaking thing ever going to end, right? But at the same time, the game is just done very, very well, and I enjoyed it immensely. 2 and a strength build, you know, Smokey, that was the other thing I was thinking of. I did not play around with melee combat at all when I did my playthrough, so I could go the route of, all right, I've already done pure magic, now let's do pure melee. We'll see. You might have had to restart my PC startup issue this game has been having. Really? What issue is that? Elder Scrolls is a AA version of Elder Scrolls. What is the nearest comparison of this game? It's basically like, imagine like Skyrim mixed with a Dark Souls game, but AA. Yeah, Elder Scrolls is a AA without the mod community. That's fair. That's fair. The mods is definitely what keeps it afloat. What's up, Icarus? What's up, Edijor? Appreciate you checking in for the UK, man. You've been loving Tainted Grail card? That's awesome, dude. Man, General's gotten Clear Obscure, Oblivion Remastered, Tainted Grail, and Elden Ring, Night Rain. Also, the Elden Ring game is about to release. That's interesting. I really hadn't, it really didn't seem like there was a lot of positive buzz around the Elden Ring game. Maybe I'm wrong about that because Elden Ring isn't my thing, but it didn't seem like there are a lot of people who felt really, really good about it. I definitely remember when the first, I guess, wave of release happened where they were letting a lot of content creators play it. Didn't seem like people have positive things to say, but maybe it's gotten better. What's up, mister? Started playing 2 days ago. So far, 1 dungeon with the burrowing monster killing me with 1 hit. Oh, snap. But you cheesed it. Nice. Oh, you can skip. So I'm doing a second game, and now if I wanted to, I can skip the prologue and go straight to Act 1. I didn't know that. That's actually fire. Wow. That's fire. So straight to the good stuff. That's interesting. I'm doing a 2-handed build with summoning while they're distracted by my wolves. I'm just swinging a whole door at them. Nice. John, the game is, it depends on how much of a completionist you are. If you're just trying to like burn through it, it probably only takes about 50 to 60 hours. But if you're trying to do everything, it could take up to like 80 hours.
The sea was restless, waves slamming against the hull as you left the island asylum behind. Caradoc's boat cut through the black waters, its course set for Avalon's shores. Then the deep stirred. A shudder ran through the vessel from neither wind nor tide, but from something far below. A presence, ancient and watching. And then it struck. The boat lurched violently, wood splintering as the sea itself rose in fury. A shadow moved beneath the surface, vast, coiling, inescapable. The next wave swallowed everything. Darkness took you. Salt filled your lungs, and then light. The crash of waves, the cold kiss of wet sand. You were alive. The sea had spared you, but not without a cost.
Wow, I was actually annoyed at the thought of going through the whole prologue. So I'm really, really happy actually that I could just get straight to Act 1. Elric, I saw you said that I'm going to miss the mana ring because of that, but I don't care. Whatever. It's perfectly fine for me. What's going on, Jermaine? What's up, Homer? What's up, George? This is Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon, man. I did a review on it. I really enjoyed the game. So I'm gonna probably do 1 or 2 live streams of the game so you all can see it as well. Let's see, I'll probably just redo what I did before, except I like the black here, right? Oh, I don't even think that's what I did last time, but I still like that. Nice. The cutscene definitely has a Lovecraftian vibe. It's really freaking cool. Now that I have a cat, my wife is actually allergic to cats and dogs. If I was going to have a pet, though, I'm actually good with both cats and dogs, but if I was going to have a pet, I'd have a dog because I've kind of always been a person who felt like when you have a when you have a pet in the house, it should be someone who can help protect the house in the event that there's an issue. And I have much more confidence with a dog assisting, you know, in the case of things getting real, than I do a cat stepping up to the plate. Tattoos don't really matter, right? Because you almost You almost never see him anyway. It's kind of wild. So that influence in the game? I don't know who those people are, so I couldn't answer, mister. Thanks, Dejor. Bill variety. Yeah, I agree with everything Elric is saying. All those things together is part of what makes it come off like a Dark Souls game. That focus on difficulty. Like Skyrim can be difficult, but the difficulty isn't really the point. The freedom is the point. Whereas in this game, the difficulty of some of those combat encounters you can get into is definitely supposed to be a big part of the overall experience. I don't think I want a face tattoo. Yeah, I'm straight on that. I didn't need, you know what? Who? I don't have my phone on me. Give me some names of the Knights of the Round Table. I don't want to do Galahad. Oh, there's Lancelot. Could do Lancelot, but there's somebody else I'm thinking of. Tattoos on the hand and arm are seen a lot. That's true. Even the hardest difficulty of Skyrim, it just feels like you need a few levels and you kill everything. Exactly. Rinfail, what's up, man? How are you, dude? I actually did a review on this game, so I finished it already. I know it's absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Ooh, you know what? Yeah, we'll go with Percival. Percival works. Thank you. Whoops. No, why is it doing that? Oh, you gotta click out of it. Is that the correct spelling of Percival, right? I don't think it has an E on the end. And, or, you know what? What is the... I'm gonna go with Merlin Jr. All right. Accept, and I'm just gonna go adventure for now, but we might pump it up later. We'll see. Again, y'all already know I'm not really the type that goes off for challenge, so... Sir Pounce a lot. Of course. All right. The Great Escape. Oh, they even give you a weapon? Oh, wow. They give you all of the gear just about that you would have had. And the starter spells. Are you kidding me? That's amazing. And they give me the encumbrance ring. That's fire. That's so fire. Wow. Did not expect this at all. Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, it doesn't have the mana ring. That's fine. Whatever. That mana ring will be quickly replaced anyway. It doesn't matter. I ain't worried about it. So wait a minute. What is my encumbrance right now? So I've got virtually no encumbrance. So you know what? I'm gonna head straight to the mine. Usually I would skip over the mine because I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't have enough empty storage space in order to get the stuff in there, but the way this is, I might as well just head straight there, even though that the rat fight is ridiculous. Yeah, that's awesome. That's an awesome way to kick it off. That's so freaking cool. That's so freaking cool. Really, really nice. The only thing that I regret, oh, you know what? There might be multiple things. Now I think, oh no! They even start you off with a pickaxe. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And there's one hanging there in case you didn't have one. Sick. This is really cool. You know what? There is one thing that might stop me from doing this right now. What time is it? It is 10 a.m. Okay, I think I should have enough time to go into this place and do what I need to do and get to the main town before nightfall. Hopefully, we'll see. But man, there's nothing. Yeah, this is super cool. I'm very, very impressed with that.
Where do you think you're going? This is my spot.
Okay, pal.
You can take the other side. Just don't get greedy.
So Renfail, what are you streaming these days? Hey, for those who aren't aware, Renfail is another content creator. If you haven't already, I definitely recommend you subscribe to his channel. He does absolutely fantastic content, and he posts way, way more often than I do. So pretty much every day you'll have access to multiple videos, give you a bunch of news about a wide variety of different games that are out right now. What are you doing with this statue?
What do you think? It's good material.
What's up, Harry?
Shame to leave it rotting in the ground. Doesn't hurt that it pays well. If the keepers don't catch you. But they're barely around anyway.
Why do you like Mordred the most, Elric? That statue, isn't that King Arthur?
Aye, it is. So what? It's just stone. Not like I'm chopping up the man himself.
You're right, go ahead.
For a moment there, I was worried you were one of those knobs who get their panties in a twist over disrespecting a pile of stone. I can't stand their kind, but they've never gone hungry a day in their lives.
It used to be in early access that he gave you a quest, but I guess they took that out. Whoops, no. There we go. Wonder if there's different magic besides fire after you choose your starting class. What do you mean? There's all sorts of different magic, and what type of magic you use isn't determined by a class or anything that you pick. Fury, what's going on, man? Appreciate you signing up as a member over on YouTube, dude. How are you, dude? Yeah, it's been far too long. I'm gonna try to keep the weight down next time. I'm back, y'all. I'm back. So I'll probably do maybe 1 or 2 streams of this. And then what I probably really want to do is Outer Worlds. I want to make sure we got Outer Worlds done in anticipation of Outer Worlds 2. And I also want to, I don't know if I'm going to stream it, but I know I want to play Arcanum before New Line Art gets out. I can't remember what you all said about whether or not Arcanum is a good game to stream. I think many of you were saying you felt like it's not a good game because it's kind of buggy and the stability isn't good. But at the same time, I kind of have a channel set up for CRPGs. So I feel like there are probably some folks who wouldn't care, who would still chime in and be like, yo, I want to see this just because it reminds them of all the good times they had playing the game. But we'll see. We'll see how it all works out. Outer Worlds is going to be a fire stream. I'm looking forward to it. What's up, D-Mac? We're going to do a full playthrough of Road Trading when new DLC drops. Is that even a question, bro? Is that even a question? You know it. We're going to go all out Judge Dredd, pure loyalty to the Emperor type of live stream. And I can't wait. It should be a great time. Great time. I'm really looking forward to that. Too long since I've been in the stream, like over a year. Yeah, I know, but I've been so sporadic, you know, I never complain. You know, I always figure it's my fault because I'm not on enough. It's good to see you back, dude. Been playing Doom the Dark Age. Oh, you like Doom? Nice. What magic are you using? They start you off with blood and fire. Why didn't that... Did that actually hit you? Oh my God, you have room to get to me. I didn't realize that. I don't have enough. I wanted to go with just fire, but that wasn't happening. Oh, you know, there is one disadvantage with this. I just realized I don't have any health potions. Okay, no, they do give you some potions. I just gotta assign them because I might need them against that boss. All right, these guys are done. Love to see a Technomancer class in Rogue Trader. That would be really, really cool. It's definitely not going to happen in this upcoming one, but maybe in another DLC update, they can add something like that. I'm going to be very interested to see how different the classes are for Dark Heresy, because I know there's supposed to be some options available to the player that you don't really have in Rogue Trader. Is that where they are? Yeah, that's you. Okay. Excellent. See, that's what I wanted the first time. And I was upset not to get it. Yeah. There we go. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Excellent. Which archetypes would be the best for shotguns in Rogue Trader? You know, to be honest with you, I don't like shotguns in Rogue Trader at all. I think they're very weak. You know, let me see something. Damn. So all playthroughs use the same list of saved games, which means you got to delete old games, old saves. That kind of sucks. You know what? Some of these ones from the prologue, I don't need anymore though. I already did the video walking through where to get these spells. So you know what? I'm gonna rename this to Livestream and then make this my save. There we go. So Soldier would obviously be very, very nice. But I have to see what manner in which they've decided to change shotguns. I know when the DLC drops, they're going to make it so that it only costs 1 action point for you to use shotguns. And that's supposed to be part of their way of making it much more viable than it is now, because Owlcat already knows that most people don't even bother with them. Remember, you getting a chaotic specific handgun that you could never use in your streaming playthrough. Yeah. What's up, Moonlight? I wonder if I can play Dark Heresy without being an evil ass. Yeah, supposedly there is that flexibility. How well it works, I couldn't tell you, but supposedly we are. Whoa, why is my health so low? Let's go ahead and bring that up, shall we? Supposedly it is going to allow you that type of flexibility if that's the type of character you would prefer to play. Hoping they expand on the origins. Didn't really have a lot to choose from in Rogue Trader, and seeing that they make one of them a class now is kind of add. I'm assuming that they're going to make Psyker an archetype. What's up, Kit? How are you? Yeah, I'm guessing Psyker, because there's so many different options about how you play a Psyker that they're probably like, it makes more sense for them to do it that way. This is gonna be rough. Oh snap! Why didn't? Oh snap! I forgot how. No, not that. There we go. Very uncomfortable fight. For whatever reason, that fight is just always brutal for me. Always brutal. I never feel like I do it right, but I get through it. Somehow I get through it. Stubbs, what's up, man? Appreciate you signing up as a member, dude. Doesn't it feel like that long? 28 months. Crazy. Congratulations on the channel growing and the Outcast stream was great. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate all the support for this duration of time, dude. Ken, I got no complaints, man. No complaints at all. When I saw Trey's in the Infinite in DLC 3 for Road Trade, I'm like, oh man, pretty much the biggest troll in 40K lore. Is he? I don't know anything about him, but it definitely seemed like some people were very interested in his inclusion. So hopefully they're going to do some interesting things with him. I'm sure Owlcat is. You're trying to beat the secret mini boss, the Scorcher of Souls? Nice. What's up, Nathan? What's up, Faden? How are you, dude? I want a tall Empire Warhammer game. The tall, your favorite, or your go-to army? Why? Get the hell out there. I try. Game seems pretty easy at basic. Nah, I wouldn't call this game easy. Wouldn't call it easy at all. Which archetypes would be the best for shotguns? And oh yeah, I answered that. They buffed the shotguns in an update to rotate to be better. I forgot the buff, but it's something like its spread was better or something. Yeah, they're gonna do another buff. I was still unimpressed with shotguns. I never used them. Never, ever. I'm doing good, Faden. Got no complaints whatsoever. No idea why it shows up as resub and have to cancel since day one. I appreciate it, Stubbs, regardless. Thank you, man. Thank you very much, dude. Whoa, did I not? Oh, okay. I was about to say, did I not get the spell I was supposed to get? So wait, there's that. And then you go up, right? Yeah. And then get more ore. Coworker, what combat game doesn't work that way though? Backing up, attack, back up, heal if necessary. Like don't all combat games pretty much come down to that? What's up, Godzilla? 6 hours of the game, really enjoying it. That's awesome. Does summoning end up scaling well? But have a lot of bugs with the summoned creatures, so I'm hesitant to invest hard into it. Summoning does scale well because you steadily get more powerful summons. So what you need to do is when you get a new summoning spell, you need to compare it to the one that you already have and see if it costs more mana to cast. If it costs more mana to cast, that means it's treated as a higher level spell and it's going to be tankier and do more damage. Whoops, I completely forgot. How do you get back from here? Is there legit dodging and blocking? Yeah, there is. Is the AI smarter than just run at you and attack? This game has legit dodge. Oh, that's right. You're supposed to drop down from here. That's what it is. This game has legit dodging and blocking. I don't consider the AI to be all that great. It's definitely about aggressiveness and that enemies are going to run at you and do everything in their power to destroy you. So from that standpoint, absolutely, there might be some other types of titles that are better. But I don't consider it inferior, if that's the question. Why do I feel like that's something I didn't do? I went there, and that's all. But how do I... What is that? There's this whole area. I don't think I've ever... Yeah, I've definitely never been there. I don't even know how you get up there. Is this... No, this doesn't really go up there, right? No? I wonder how you get up there. I don't think I ever went up there now that I think about it. Interesting. Huh, okay. Like 4 different summon options already. Been getting a lot, seems like. Yeah, the game has like, has a ton of different summon options that you can use. So I know in Act 1, I'm pretty sure I ended up feeling like the skeletons were the best. You get summons for that'll bring out a bunch of keepers that are actually higher level, like they're tankier and do more damage. But the problem is they can deal both ranged and melee damage, and the AI isn't good enough to ensure that they only use the range option when they have a really, really good angle on the characters that they're attempting to attack. And so consequently, you can end up in a situation where they're hanging back to deal range damage, but they're nowhere near the point where they would do good damage to the enemy. And so it all feels like a waste. Whereas with melee summons, with melee summons, anytime, why didn't that work? I definitely need to get up out of here. Run, run, run. Somebody asked me, is it a big deal, this game going to Nightfall? Yes, it's a massive deal. Especially this early in the game. I'm going to get slaughtered if I don't get up here very, very quickly. I should have been going faster. Should definitely have been going faster. Basically, what happens at night is that what's called the weirdness takes over. It's like a primordial fog that brings a lot of other monsters with it and makes the monsters on the field more powerful. And some of the raids that it can bring are just going to be way over leveled for where my character is right now. So, but luckily, we made it, so we're all good. Cassie is the strongest companion rogue trader, no doubt about it. I agree.
What's happening?
To get a wider parry window. That's true, Smokey. Were you happy with the stories on the anti-Camelot path?
I haven't seen you before.
I was happy with the story, Stubbs, but at the same time, I was dissatisfied with the amount of Knights of the Round Table content I got. And I'm not sure if that's because I'd played as anti-Camelot or if the game just doesn't have much interaction with the Knights of the Round Table. But, you know, when I think of King Arthur, I don't just think of that character. I think of all the Knights of the Round Table who are really, really cool characters and legends in their own right. And so to me, like, if you're going to have a game about Camelot and King Arthur, then the Knights of the Round Table should factor heavily into it as well. That's definitely not the experience I had, and I was disappointed by that. So take that as you will. Have you played King Arthur Knight's Tale? It's like a combination CRPG and tactical RPG. Not only did I play it, Nathan, I did a ton of content on King Arthur Knight's Tale. There's like at least 30 videos on my channel specifically about that game. And that's one of the things I really, really loved about that game. It had such a massive inclusion of all of those different characters, and all of them had voice acting, and most of them had at least one quest you could enter into. So it was really a lot of fun for those people who appreciate the mythology. Well, your web is just stay. Is this game hard to run on a PC? It's not hard for my PC coder. I haven't had an issue, and I haven't heard of other people having issues either. Yeah, Smokey, I'm sure there's definitely people who love run this game at night, but I am not one of them. Looks like a cross between Skyrim and Dark Souls. That's exactly what it is. Exactly what it is. Easy and Tainted Grail feels like normal, and normal feels like hard. Yep. Start off with easy, I feel, is the best for early game. I don't disagree. My two-handed run, I found so many spell power increased by X percentage gear, so I think they might have added a lot more main stuff since your playthrough. Really? That's awesome. Okay, that's awesome. Okay. If you yeah, or place down a bonfire if I die. Exactly. And I don't have enough cobwebs to put down a bonfire, so I had to get inside. People are comparing this game to Avowed and Skyrim. Yeah, because it's considered very close to the way Elder Scrolls is like. And so Avowed was already considered on that same level. Consequently, people are comparing this game to it as well. Oh, you run it on a laptop, Scott? Nice. I'm a traveler. I was told I'd find a safe haven here in the Horns. Here I have this pen. I was told I'd find a safe haven.
This pin. I can't say I see it very clearly at this.
Let me know how your pro Camelot run goes, Stubbs.
But it does look important. Very official. But I remember Fergus said something about all this, these emblems once. Oh, yes, I remember now. I welcome thee, ye, royal person, on behalf of the keepers. You are a great friend to our own. Welcome. Please, speak with Fergus. He's our quartermaster. He runs things around here in the capital.
Why do you hate this guard, Elric?
He'll agree.
No, I never played the Skyrim for remaster remake. I played it when it first launched and then let it go. I've never even played Skyrim with mods, believe it or not. Which I know is whispers represent fragments of memory unlocked by your mysterious companion. You can discuss these with them by the campfire. Okay. And hey, I got whispers. Nice. That didn't work right when I was playing the game. It wouldn't notify you properly, so that's cool. You know, I'm gonna have to do a video comparing this game to Avowed because people keep asking that.
Sir, I haven't seen you before.
Is
Guests, and you don't look like a new recruit.
Is Tainted Grail better than Avowed? I think that depends on the type of player you are and what you value. And it also depends on whether or not you're a massive Pillars of Eternity fan. Like, I feel like the lore of Pillars of Eternity, which is the foundation that Avowed is standing on, is superior to the lore that this game presents. The lore here is cool, and I feel like the quests are worded really, really well, but I feel like the background isn't as fleshed out as what you get from Avowed benefiting from the two previous Pillars games, right? So if what's most important to you is a game that has really, really strong foundation of lore, or you're a massive Pillars of Eternity fan, I do believe that Avowed is the better experience. But there are absolutely some things that Tainted Grail does much, much better. So it's kind of 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. Tainted Grail doesn't have a central villain, right? It doesn't have a central character that you're fighting against. Each act, it's kind of different in what you're dealing with. Whereas throughout Avowed, that commander who's loyal to Wodaka, it kind of becomes your central figure along with the god that's inside of you whose identity is slowly revealed over time. And so I feel like it's got Avowed has a stronger anchor as far as who you're fighting against, and that really, really helps the narrative. Even though I think the actual quality of writing in Tainted Grail is stronger and better than the writing that you get in Avowed. So it's a lot of 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other going on when you compare those two games. I don't think there's really a cut and dry answer. What's up, Yart? How are you? How are you, Davey? Being told the real King Arnold was most likely some Roman Britain fella. I'll bet the Anglo-Saxons. You're going full Puritan when Dark Ancient comes out? Yeah, I mentioned on the live stream that I'm probably going to go heretical because I feel like most people playing are going to be like, the Emperor protects, for the Emperor and all that. So I'm like, I'm going to do the exact opposite and give people completely different content. No, I've never played Stellar Tactics before. Elder Scrolls mixed with Piranha Bytes. That's fair for sure. What are you hoping for Larian's next game? New IP, I think, but what theme you feeling? I would like Divinity Original Sin 3, and I would like for them to take what was supposed to be the DLC for that last Divinity Original Sin to close off, because that storyline was actually never properly closed off. So I'd like to actually take those themes and what was supposed to be the DLC there and just make a full game out of it, potentially with new characters. All right, I'd be 100% with that, and just join with Malady again, deal with her issues while building ourselves up and having an absolute ball. That's what I would like. If they don't do that, then I would love to see Larian's take on sci-fi. I would love to see Larian basically try to step into the void that Mass Effect has left and try to give us a new sci-fi epic. Because on some level, that's what Owlcat does with the Warhammer games, but it's so grim dark that I feel like there's a lot of people who it just doesn't appeal to. And it also just doesn't give a Mass Effect feel, right? It's not the same. And so I'm really hoping that Larian, if they don't do a Divinity Original Sin, that they'd be willing to step in and say, you know what? We're going to provide that sci-fi epic that everybody has been missing. He was drunk.
Most unfortunate. But that explains why you just strutted into the horns. I'm afraid I'll have to take action. The name's Fergus, and I assume you already know I'm the quartermaster here. Now state your business. And please, try to be convincing, or the walls of this fortress will be the last thing you'll ever see.
Good Lord. Got this pen from a friend.
I know. And that's why you're still standing in front of me. However, these pens were only given to certain people. They mean that in times of trouble, these people will always find a safe haven here in the Horns. And that makes me wonder, what happened to your friend? Where is he?
Good man, been away for a long time. Gonna leave again for 2 months and a couple of days. Whoa! Where are you going this time? You would like an avowed Tainted Grail sci-fi game? That'd be really interesting. I think that's kind of what Naughty Dog is going with Interstellar. We'll see how that works out. It's one guy working on it's essentially a open world space game, tactical RPG where you have space battles, on the ground battles, super ambitious, and it's really well made. So is this a game that's finished and released, or is this a game that's supposed to be upcoming? Night Kit, have a good one, dude. We used to make a Dragon Manor. What's up, David? Yeah, I've been enjoying this game for sure, man. Gives us more of the Dark Urge style origin characters. I'm sure they will. Dark Urge was a massive, massive hit. Absolutely, Stubbs. That's exactly the type of game I would love to see Larian try to make. Mass Effect First Contact War, where it mixes in a lot of what's going on Earth, but at the same time, you're for the first time making contact with these other alien species. I think that could be an incredible experience. Incredible. Avowed doesn't own a candle or a bonfire to Tainted Grail. So far, the game doesn't need its lore to carry its whole story. Tainted Grail is better in every single way besides World Lore. That's definitely a take. We got shipwrecked on the way. I assume he's dead. See, this is the only, well, I guess you know what, this isn't a weakness because you would only get this option if you had already completed the game, right? So you already know the story and they're just allowing you to get right to it. So you're not missing anything by not having had that first conversation with Caradoc. So we got shipwrecked. I assume he's dead.
What you're saying is true. He must have had a deal with somebody well above my pay grade, and that leaves only the captain. However, if you're lying, then you might as well have just confessed to the murder of a Knight of the Round Table. But nobody's that much of a fool, I think. Fortunately for you, I've seen my fair share of morons in life, and you don't look like one. Fortunately for me, this pen only means that I'm to make sure you're safe in the Horns. Nothing about helping you out with whatever you're up to. Anyway, welcome to the Horns of the South.
My pleasure, Scott. Glad you found it useful, dude. What's up, JV? Didn't realize you're streaming this. I heard of it from you. Just got an Act 2 now. Nice. So have you been enjoying it? Love a Starfinder game. Yeah, Owlcat confirmed they're not working on a Pathfinder game. And I'm pretty sure Obsidian wouldn't either. But they might still, I mean, they're doing Outer Worlds, so that's sci-fi, but it's different, right? Yeah, we haven't really gotten a game that's filled the Mass Effect void. It's really unfortunate. There's a shift to real-time strategy, though. The main criticism about BG3 was that people don't like turn-based. But at the same time, I feel like BG3 did so much to ignite more passion in turn-based games. So I think it would be a big turnoff for Larian's audience for them to all of a sudden do a strategy game. I don't feel like their audience is built for that, to be completely honest with you. You can't skip the prologue unless you've done it before, so everyone would know what they'd like to do. Exactly. Yeah, I've been having a blast. Combat's great, balance all over the place, but it really is just the numbers because they got the feel just right. I agree.
Excalibur. You want to pull it out?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. Well, be my guest. If you think you can, go ahead. But unless you're King Arthur reborn, I wouldn't count on it.
Why you say that? You're responsible for him.
He deals with the serious matters I don't want to know anything about.
Larry could release Connect for it. I'd still pay $50 for it. If you know, I'll just grunt. Why you keep stationing the front gate?
The archers are. Every man here needs to have a job. And
Claire Obscura was such an amazing game. Just
them.
Absolutely incredible. I had so much fun with that game.
I'm sure the hordes of visitors.
We need a game that feels that Mass Effect void, and I would only trust Owlcat and Larian to make it.
We've been having trouble with the dead lately.
Those are definitely two devs I would trust to step into the void. We need more, you know, to be honest with you, I would trust CDPR as well. I have a lot of respect for what CDPR has done. Despite their games being really, really broken at launch, the way their games end up, most of them have been classics. In fact, I think you could make the case that all of the games CDPR has dropped have become classics. The 3 Witcher games and now, Cyberpunk. When I get done with Outer Worlds and Arcanum, Cyberpunk is probably going to be up next because I only played it at launch, and so many people have said it's way, way different and amazing now.
He's our huntsman. He keeps us stocked with meat.
You choose Verso or Mael. I chose Verso.
They get pretty grumpy when that happens.
What's up, Silence?
Right now,
anyone else who run into an issue where a guy in the second town triggers your minions to attack? When by minions you mean like your summons? I usually try to dismiss my summons before I go back to town because yeah, you can run into issues where your summons trigger people. What's up, Black Fist? How are you, man? Do you think Dark Heresy will allow us to create our own companions? If so, do you think we'd be able to make a non-human companions? Usually, Owlcat games have some sort of mercenary system. And the mercenary system in the Pathfinder games allowed you to choose whatever race you wanted. So offhand, I would assume that when they include the mercenary option for Dark Heresy, it will allow you to choose any of the races that are already represented in your group. But we'll see, because it didn't work that way for Rogue Trader, which is kind of odd. So, you know, considering the fact that you yourself are not going to be able to choose something outside of human, it's kind of up in the air. But I'm hoping they do. I'm definitely hoping that they do. That's a great question. If I had thought about that, I might have asked that during the live stream.
There is a local legend about a dark druid named
Slaughter. Was just too intense.
Slaughter.
Yeah, Marcus, it was crazy.
Slaughter, that was it. He was a necromancer rumored to be able to raise the dead and make them do his bidding.
You're only interested in Geralt when it comes to Witcher. I feel you, but I do agree with CDPR that Geralt's time has passed. Like a complete story was told about Geralt. To be honest, I would have been disappointed if they brought him back. So I'm not psyched about playing as Ciri. To be honest, like that doesn't hype me up. But I do believe it makes sense. And at the end of the day, I trust CDPR because they've been very, very consistently giving us incredible experiences. So hopefully Witcher 4 turns out great. We'll see. Still overhauled 2077 to the point.
After the flood, It's been pretty
Final
much
product on its own is very good. Oh, yeah, no question. They overhyped 2077 and they weren't ready to actually meet that hype. But here's what it is. Want to see Owlcat do a Warhammer Fantasy, the old world CRPG. Yeah, Homer, doing my live stream with Owlcat, I let them know that the #1 game people had asked for pretty much neck and neck was Dark Heresy and a Warhammer Fantasy game. So in fact, they asked a question, if you could have added one thing to the Warhammer show, what would it have been? And I said, I wish that there was a studio who was willing to do a Warhammer Fantasy game, because there's such a large desire from the fan base to see that happen from an RPG standpoint. I know there's a real-time strategy game for it, but there's no RPG in the same vein as Rogue Trader or the upcoming Dark Heresy for Warhammer Fantasy, and I know a lot of fans would like to see that.
It's not far.
Cyberpunk is great. Just can't help but think if things had went right day one, maybe would have had more than just day one DLC pack.
I try to learn as much as possible beforehand.
Just could have been more. I mean, but a lot of DLC got released for Cyberpunk, right? A first-person Starfinder game by CDPR would be kind of amazing. I just want to see Starfinder, period. Whoever makes it. Whoever makes it. CDPR has that third-person combat down, so they could definitely do it. Going forward with Geralt will feel like what Hollywood is doing with John Wick. Like, what in the hell? I do not need more of those damn movies. Now, I didn't hear about the Elden Ring movie, but again, I never played Elden Ring, so I'm not really somebody who's tapped into Elden Ring and everything going on with it. You trust CDPR? Bro, short-term memory. It's not short-term memory. CDPR, to be honest, in a lot of ways, they're like Owlcat, right? They release games that when they first came out, there's a history of them being broken, very buggy, and people having negative experiences, right? But when all the patches are in and everything's said and done, and the game is in its final state, it's a classic. Witcher 1, released completely broken. Witcher Enhanced Edition is a classic game. It's one of the best CRPGs you could play. Witcher 2, not all that great at launch. They got it together, and by the end, it was an incredible game. I don't know if I would call Witcher 2 a classic, but it was definitely a strong outing and a strong lead-in to Witcher 3. Witcher 3, broken in a lot of ways when it first released. By the end, classic. One of the best games released ever. And an incredible ending to Geralt's story. Cyberpunk, incredibly broken at release, just mind-bogglingly broken. But at this point, damn near 3/4 of the fan base has forgotten about all that. They love Cyberpunk. You can't tell them anything negative about Cyberpunk, and it's considered to be one of the greatest games of all time. Now, I don't put it in that category yet because I played the launch version, and from my standpoint, this is fun, this is cool. I definitely see a lot of great things with it, but it's so broken, it's hard for me to consider it to be better. But at the end of the day, CDPR has released 3 straight classic, incredible, all-time games. So yeah, I have faith that they know how to make a great game. It might be buggy at launch. I don't have faith in them to release a great game at launch, but at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, CDPR very consistently does great work. No question. No question.
So I couldn't. And truth be told, I didn't particularly want to. We don't get many recruits.
We only got one. That's not true. Okay, so maybe a ton of updates for Cyberpunk, but only one DLC. I see what you're saying. Lots of free updates, but only one paid DLC that had an area and quest. I got you. Okay. High fantasy is a very saturated market.
Your words.
I don't know how well a Warhammer Fantasy CRPG can do with casual fans. That's a great question, and it's probably a big reason why a lot of developers are avoiding that. Warhammer Fantasy would be cool since there are so many different enemies and locations to explore. His armor doesn't keep changing looks. It's just so colorful in so many different ways that it's shimmering.
Good. Try not to get yourself killed. and get rid of whatever's being caused.
Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't even finishable for a lot of people when it launched. And that's true, Ryan. That's 100% true. It's not just a broken and buggy mess of release. It's literally the stuff they lied about. What do you mean? And even if that's true, even if you're saying like they said it would be one thing, but it turned out to be another thing, that other thing it turned into was still one of the greatest games made. So it's like you can say, hey, I feel like there are some things that are missing in here that really, really should have been in here. But that doesn't take away from the fact that it's still an incredible product. And that's just the fact that Cyberpunk 2077 was buggy, dude. It wasn't at all the game they led us to believe. It was straight up lied, bro. What does that mean? What does that mean? And when you say that 2077 skill tree is pointless, is that based on the way the game is right now? Because my understanding is they completely blew up the skill tree and did something totally different with it. So are you basing it on the way it is right now, or are you basing it on the way it was at launch? And to be clear, I haven't played the new skill tree of the new version. So I have I can't tell you for sure that it's actually better, but I know all of the commentary I'm seeing about the game is the changes are incredible and the game is upper echelon now. Black Fist, what's up, man? Appreciate the $50 donation, dude. Thank you so much. So amazing to see how your channel has grown. Thanks for keeping me hyped about CRPGs. It's absolutely my pleasure, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Glad you're enjoying the content.
It used to belong to the keep. You could say it was its
Everyone
beating
thought
heart.
Cyberpunk would be a sci-fi
That village
Grand
is where
Theft
our
Auto
lighthouse is
5.
for ships.
Really? That's what people wanted?
And where the workers lived with their families. Ah, those
Unrealistic, but would have been amazing to pull that off. Imagine
the
having a
ships
sci-fi open world with the
But less
detail of
and
Grand
less
Theft Auto 5. That would have been great,
and
but
the
yeah,
others
I didn't
left
expect
looking
that.
for a better life. Until, at last,
You would have thought that CDPR would have learned and not rush release. Greed will have you do terrible things. Whenever I mention a Warhammer of Sigmar CRPG, everyone is like, no, please. There's quite a lot of people hate Age of Sigmar. Yeah, it seems like nobody's neutral Age of Sigmar. Either they absolutely love it and think it's the greatest thing ever and feel like we need a lot more games there, or they're like, no, I can't stand it. I don't want anything in it. I never hear people just middle of the road. I would love a Lord of the Rings CRPG. I still, to be honest, have never played a game that I felt like truly embodied that property, right? I would love a CRPG where it just took a separate team that was in some other completely different area and gave us a whole storyline about what they did. I would love a CRPG in Lord of the Rings that with somebody with some real bona fide chops that could make it happen and do something interesting. Saying about his arm change is either DLSS or more than likely YouTube compression artifacts. Oh, okay, because I don't see it on my side.
there weren't enough people to live there.
The skill tree's completely changed? Gamers are rewarded for waiting, not buying games for release, but a game that doesn't sell well at release will never get fixed. That's true, Dapper, and that's the catch-22, right? So it's all about, do you believe this developer is going to do right by you as far as getting this game into the proper shape? And again, this is a place where I trust CDPR. Yes, the game is going to be buggy at launch, but you know they are going to keep hammering it and hammering it and hammering it until it's right. It's the exact same way I feel about Outcat. Outcat games, Outcat has not had a great launch yet. Straight up, they have not had a great launch yet, but I know they will keep working at it. They will iron out damn near everything wrong with this game to the very best of their ability, and they're not just going to leave fans with a broken product unless they use the rights to that product. Like they lost the rights to Kingmaker, which is why they had to walk away from it. But otherwise, Wrath of the Righteous, Rogue Trader, neither one of those games had great launches, but in both cases, Outcat kept hammering it, and they're in way better shape than they were at launch. Commissar, what's going on, man? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. What's up, Muzzy? Yeah, you want more Age of Sigmar?
Depends on your idea.
Got you.
Interesting. There's a weird
Lots of complaints were about missing GTA features. No buildings were open, no hairdressers, no car customization.
Probably just damp rubble.
Wasn't some of that addressed though? Like, can't you now change your hair and things about your character while you're playing the game? And doesn't it now have the ability for you to be able to customize your car? Mike, what's up, man? New to the channel, love your energy, keep up the great work. Yo, dude, thank you so much, man. Hope you've been having a good time here. We'll say I hate Sigmar, but 40K is better. Got you. So, Age of Sigmar, Warhammer 40K, Warhammer Fantasy. These three are all separate, right? They're like three completely separate things. Problem is that everyone wants to protect the lore of Lord of the Rings. And you can't really reference anything without someone getting in a hissy fit. Yep, that's why a lot of people don't want to be bothered touching it.
Anyone sworn in as a
Compare Sigmar to 40K, but some people call it Fantasy 40K due to the similarities of the factions. A Larian version of Lord of the Rings would be amazing, but I know it's never going to happen. They've already said they're going to start dealing with their own stuff.
Feel free to report them.
Exactly, Ryan. They still update Wrath of the Righteous to this day. To this day.
I'll take your head.
Yeah, David, they just had an update a couple of, like a month or two ago. Princess, what's going on? How are you? Exactly. Cyberpunk is way different, so I definitely want to check it out. John Wick should be done, but he's died like 2 or 3 times and keeps coming back. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, Everett. It doesn't make any sense at all. That's the last message I saw from you. Blew up the world of Warhammer Fantasy for Age of Sigmar. Oh, that's what happened? Oh, crazy. You ever played Obsidian Pathfinder game? No, I don't even know what you're talking about. Speak to the captain. So we'd be better off making it very similar to the world lore of Lord of the Rings and call it something different.
That's not happening anytime soon.
Probably.
Because I said so.
Okay, so like, I swear this is the last of the Wrath of the Righteous. Please, just one more.
Head straight for the captain's quarters.
Basically a soft reboot of Warhammer Fantasy due to the poor sales of the Warhammer Fantasy war game. Oh, really? So Warhammer Fantasy didn't sell well. Wow.
So what?
That's interesting. To me, a 2077 GTA would be a massive downgrade. I want an RPG, not an open world simulator. Okay, but it doesn't have that ability. Okay.
If you need...
Then jump into Tainted Grail. Nice. So you're already playing Tainted Grail, Princess? Oh, that's right. You're supposed to... Oh, I never realized this is Seawall. Really? You know what? One of you mentioned a two-handed build with summons, and now that you said that, I'm thinking to myself, you know what? That sounds kind of spicy. I might go ahead and do that. I might do that. So, okay, so yeah, it doesn't spend any points either. Wow, this is so freaking cool. Yeah, but 2077 doesn't have any RPG elements beyond a leveling system. Why do you say that? What do you feel like is missing? It was called Pathfinder Adventures. It was a card game format. Oh, that's why. Okay. Interesting. Was it good? You had to sell your Series X console and accessories? Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry, dude. Sorry to hear that. Two-handed with parry is very good. I have lifesteal up the wazoo. Yeah, I was wondering if you could do a two-handed build where you don't even bother to block a parry. You just keep attacking, and the lifesteal is so high that it takes care of your health. Here. So there's a lifesteal ranking, but none of the stats increase it. Interesting. Let's do this and then skill trees. And then, you know what? I do like the idea of this. Attacks are two-handed or stronger. What else? Deplete 5% of the damage dealt from the target's stamina. I don't know if trying to drain stamina is an effective way to deal with combat in this game. I've never really experimented with that. Reduce stamina cost of heavy attacks with two-handed weapons by 5%. Sure, I'll take that. So wait, if I focus on strength, oh, so strength does increase your max stamina. Endurance increases your stamina regeneration. Ha ha. Interesting. Cyberpunk gave Extra Life and a ton of other YouTubers and gaming reviewers a product that was not what the game was going to be. They made a version of it where it was incredibly polished and it was even the same game we got at the end. That's why Extra Life was so upset. They led them and a ton of others in a direction of a game that wasn't there. That's why so many early reviews said the game was amazing. Interesting. And the game came out and it was terrible and not all what they tried. Yeah, I remember a couple of content creators getting really, really burned by that, right? Like Yong Ye. I remember he came out with a review that was very positive regarding Cyberpunk. And for a while, it kind of torched his reputation because people thought that he was basically being a shill for them, as opposed to, no, he got a certain version of the game that led him to believe it would provide an experience that it didn't actually provide. What's up, Jeff? So if this is like Skyrim, can we call it Tantrum? You can if you like. What percentage chance that Solarian remakes Star Wars The Old Republic? Extremely low. They seem very much so focused on making their own game and not worrying about anybody else's property. I think people have different opinions on what RPGs mean. When I say RPG, I mean Final Fantasy. Why is Final Fantasy the ultimate version of an RPG to you? If you go high armor, the biggest source of lifesteal I found was from parry. Really? Okay. Spirituality is the main stat for the magic class, yes. Oh, is this dude about to go into the head pillory?
You're the reason they put me here. You just wait until they let me out. I'll beat you so hard your own mother won't recognize you.
Yeah, you can stop that, bro.
Closer, so I can spit in your face.
Hey. Practicality reduces stamina cost too. Oh, that's nice. I didn't realize that. Really want to do a sword and magic build? That's very viable here. Attributes are more about meeting gear requirements. Be careful not to overcommit to strength endurance. Yeah, I figure I'm probably going to have to respec at some point, Condor. Delora, what's up, dude? How are you, man? Stop listening, Young Gay, because of, see, I said, because of Cyberpunk and NGS early reviews being straight up lies. Right, and see, that's what I'm saying. Is it lies if they provided him a game that actually wasn't accurate with the experience that customers were given? Like, can you really blame him for that? I'm not sure if you can. What's going on, IMG? How are you, dude? Cass from Extra Life even said that they, from now, will not trust CDPR until they have proven the game they try is what their audience will get. I got Cyberpunk when it released, so did I. I didn't get many bugs and loved the story, but playing the 2.0 version, it became one of my favorite games. Yeah, I played 1.0 on PC, so I didn't have a big problem with it. But definitely, if you were playing it on console, it was terrible. And even on PC, it definitely didn't feel polished. A drunk keeper guarding the gate. You did this to yourself.
Nobody asked your opinion.
Still really low considering different companies currently handling the rights. Cabbages are dense and work well.
Wish it to you anyway, huh?
Final Fantasy is not the ultimate RPG, but it's a good example. I'm here for builds and leveling system, not for the simulation. I got you.
For all is not lost, we can still be friends.
I believe KOTOR is supposed to be in the process of being developed, but nobody really believes that game is ever going to come out. I mean, they're not calling it development hell, but yeah, I'm not going to feel confident that we're going to actually get that game until it's in somebody else's hands. Oh, you started Cyberpunk with the 2.0 version, Homer? Nice. Try to demo this game on box. I love this. Yeah, it's really, really cool. Really, really cool. Card game of this. Oh, that's right. That's like a tabletop version of Tainted Grail, right? I've never played the tabletop version. The base game I really loved over time. I think I'm the only one who didn't like Phantom Liberty. Why did you dislike Phantom Liberty? The booze, probably. Forget the booze, probably forever. You're already drunk enough for a lifetime.
Aye, that's for me to decide. If you don't even want to help me with such a tiny thing, then get out of my sight.
What RPG has the best leveling system?
You grateful bastard.
It's a good question. What RPG has the best leveling system? I mean, since we're talking about it, I really, really like KOTOR's leveling system. I feel like the sound that it makes when you level up it is immediately iconic. All of the level ups felt purposeful, felt like each time you were getting something that was really helping your character. And just all the way around, that sense of progression was really, really strong in KOTOR. And so for all those reasons, KOTOR is definitely one of the games that I will put on that list. I feel really strong about how progression works in Metaphor as well. Metaphor is a game that feels like the longer it goes on. Ooh, there's a guy in here. I don't like that. We're gonna go with it. Metaphor is another game that feels like the longer it goes on, the more and more powerful you're getting, and every single time you level up, there's the possibility of you getting something really cool. I like all that. Early trailers of KOTOR 3. I don't remember there being a trailer of KOTOR 3 at all. Oh crap. Did he catch me? No. Excellent, 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 excellent. Walk out. There we go. Next Cyberpunk game is set to have you visit Chicago besides nights. Oh, yeah, I saw them mention that. But I also saw a video from Kayla Elizabeth where she said something about it seems like they might be adding new characters to the original game. So, frankly, we might be about to get some of the DLC that you all were saying was missing. So that would be interesting as well. Your favorite leveling systems are Atlas Tactics RPGs, where you could get the numbers way past 1 million. What is going on? Oh, what is? I am so confused. There we go. Good Lord. I'm a big fan of Pillars of Eternity 2 for sure. Does Pillars of Eternity? I wouldn't say. Oh, you know what? I think my theft is much lower than what it would be if I had went through the prologue. And that's why all of this is seeming to be more difficult than what I'm used to. I loved Deadfire. I love the Pillars of Eternity series in general. Favorite leveling system? I love the actual mechanics, but It's more about the sum of the parts. Level to level, it can feel like, man, it's going to take forever before I get to the stuff that I really want, especially if you multi-class. Whereas there are other games where I feel like no matter which way you go with it, you feel like you're able to get to exactly what you want. I know many people will disagree with me, but I'm actually a really big fan of the way Kingdom Come Deliverance handles leveling. I feel like that system worked exceptionally well. I feel like it worked very well in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as well, but I also kind of felt like they made it a little bit too easy in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I felt like you had to earn it more in the first one in ways that I found more appealing. What am I doing? What is the problem? Thank you. Good Lord. There we go. Blizzard should sell all their unused IPs, but that would never happen. What's up, Cursed? Yeah, Skyrim lockpicking for sure. I would take a while. I will never consider Cyberpunk 27 will ever be the best RPG or anything like that. It took CDPR a year or two or more for their game to be good. If a game can't be great from release, then it shouldn't be considered in the greats of the RPG genre. I don't agree with that. I feel like Divinity Original Sin 2 was damn near, it's not I feel like, I know because I played it. Divinity Original Sin 2 was, you damn near couldn't complete it when it first came out. Like Act 3 was completely freaking broken. And Larian had to put in a lot of work in order to finally get it to an acceptable state. But to me, it's unquestionably one of the greatest CRPGs that has ever been released. And I don't think it should be disqualified from that just because it wasn't in that state upon release. Now, what I do think is very fair is to say that you can look at a developer in a certain way because they don't provide stable releases, right? Like there are some people who say you can't count CDPR among the great developers because they never because their games are never stable when they first come out. I don't agree with that, but I think it's very, very fair. But I don't think it's fair to say, well, this game wasn't a classic when it first came out, and therefore it could never be a classic. No matter how incredible it is, no matter how much content it has, all that kind of stuff. I don't agree with that. Especially since I love indie games, right? And a lot of times these indie developers, they don't have the resources to make a game everything that they want it to be right off the bat, right? They release the game, a lot of people love it, a lot of people buy it, they invest in it, and then that gives the developer the freedom to add more, flesh it out, and make it even better, and put in some of the things that they wanted to do from the beginning. That's the way I feel about Black Geyser, right? Like Black Geyser, even though at its core you can see some really cool things there, the overall experience was kind of rough. But a lot of people made content on it, and a lot of people who love CRPGs and games of that type bought it, invested in it, and were like, yo, we love this, we'd love to see more. And now the developer, Great Potions Technology, is making a expansion of the game, right? They're going to be able to do some things that they wanted to do from the beginning, but they didn't have the resources to do. I feel like you should give devs the space to make those kind of things happen. Not at all making an excuse for what's going on with CDPR, right? Again, what happened with Cyberpunk was completely uncalled for and unacceptable. But just saying in general, I don't discount games just because of the state in which they were released. I count CDPR as bugs, some of the greatest liars. It's obvious you're never going to trust them again. Games of love were broken on release, and I think they're classic. Exactly, Elric. Exactly. You couldn't get into Kingdom Come 1 and 2? What stopped you, IMG? Yeah, I saw this Tainted Grail Conquest. I was wondering if that's any good. It's a turn-based RPG roguelike. Oh, it's a card game. Oh, okay. Where you have multiple classes you need to unlock to use. I didn't realize it was a card game. Oh, that is interesting.
Yes, my apologies. Ever since breakfast today, I've been sort of lost in thought. I keep thinking of my dear mother's cooking, especially her famous
Oh,
pie.
this
You
quest.
see, all we got here is venison and fish. Venison, then fish. And then fish, fish, and more fish. I can live with all the bullshit that's thrown at us soldiers. But the longer I live, the more I realize there's not much to live for, except food. And I'd kill for a slice of that pie.
Is it tough balancing time for family, creating content, and playing lots of games? It's very, very tough. I don't play lots of games. I only play games that I'm going to cover. It used to be that I could just play whatever I want, but now my time is so limited, I have to be very, very careful about what games I play, because if I play a game, I actually have to cover it because my time is so limited. That's why I'm always streaming at 10 p.m. I'm streaming at 9 or 10 o'clock at night because I basically have to stream when my wife and daughter go to bed. So it's tough fitting all that in, but I'm passionate about this stuff. I really love it. I love doing it. And so, you know, it's one of those things where, yeah, it's tough. It's hard, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Is that Cole? Yeah, so people are saying that this is I don't recognize Cole Carnage's voice like this, but apparently this is him in the game, which is super cool. You just make yourself.
If it were that easy. I ain't much of a cook. And Rorik, the one we have here.
Don't you also work for a living beyond just YouTube? Yep, I got a full-time job.
Stick our complaints up our asses.
What about that already glorious high five for your Brazilian fans? What's up, RPG? How are you, man? Did you enjoy Wasteland 3? I loved Wasteland 3, and I am going to do a live stream of it on the channel for sure. 100% for sure. A guy that looks to be your Archer guard. This game came out of nowhere for me. I'm tempted to get it. I highly recommend it, Zapzilla. Highly recommend that you pick it up. Highly, highly recommend that you pick it up. Try if you can remember the recipe.
Sure, I remember it well. Here you go.
Coworker, no, I don't have a good new 9 to 5. I was informed that I'm going to be laid off, but I'm not officially laid off until July 1st. Potentially, it won't be until August 1st. So either July 1st or August 1st is when my job is going to be gone. Cole Carnage is famous. Yeah, he's probably the most popular CRPG streamer. Is that? Oh, hey, look at that. I already have the ingredients from Mod Spy. Look at that. Very nice. Very, very nice. Here you are.
Yes. Still tastes like shit. Exactly how my mother would make it.
Nice.
Just what I needed.
Crazy. A little hard for the Wasteland games for me. Are you worried about being laid off? Already happened. Don't need to worry about it. Anyone know if you could be no, you can't be a werewolf in this game, or you can't be a werewolf or a vampire in this game. No, it doesn't have that. But it's been the kind that game should be made slower, so less glitches and such. I dislike when games are produced fast. Yeah, it kind of puts me on the edge too. Moonlight, this is my 3rd time being laid off in my career. That's actually one of the reasons I decided I really want to do this channel and start getting involved with this type of stuff. I'd like to get to the point where I'm not working for somebody else, where I don't have to deal with being laid off and worry about somebody else being in control of my check. I want to be master of my own destiny one day. So, working towards that.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I really appreciate what you did.
That's correct, David. Dev Cole is involved with a dev studio now and is working on a game.
Of why I enlisted.
to hear. Got layoffs at my job site too, but avoided the third round so far. That's awesome, Stubbs. I hope you're able to hang on to your employment, dude. In this situation, my company actually got bought. I work for U.S. Cellular. They got bought by not Verizon, T-Mobile. They got bought by T-Mobile. And the type of job that I do is basically incident management. They already have an incident management team, so they don't need the kind of stuff that my team does. So they just let us know that they're gonna allow us. They're gonna let us go. But at the end of the day, like, I have no misgivings about it. They're giving me a severance. They're letting us know up front. We have plenty of time to prepare. Obviously, it's a really rough job market right now in the States. A lot of things going on that are causing other people to come flooding into the market as well, looking for jobs. So it's unfortunate that it's happening right now in this time, but I've definitely been involved in layoff situations where I felt like a company just completely screwed people over. I don't feel screwed over in this situation. This truly is, it's just business. It's just business, and I've been allowed to prepare myself for what's going to happen. So, you know, it's kind of, on some level, it's kind of scary, obviously, venturing into the unknown, going into a situation where, yeah, you know, once the severance is out, you're not completely sure how you're going to take care of yourself. But at the same time, to be honest with you, I'm really excited and glad about the opportunity to have so much of my time back. It's going to give me a chance to focus on some things that I should have been focused on, but I haven't been because I've been putting so much into my job. And so, you know, I feel like there'll be no excuses. I'll be able to get up and go work out every single day. I'll be able to, you know, go see my parents more, go connect more with people, and do some of the things for myself personally that I've been wanting to do. So I'm not looking to that time with apprehension, you know, at least not right now. So we'll see what the world has in store. It is what it is.
My mother wasn't much of anything, to tell the truth. She always said I
Well,
was
for
good for
Gordon,
nothing,
Liches
that I
are
should be
amazing.
glad
I
she didn't
100%
catch
agree.
And every day she'd bring back home a new.
Where do you upgrade weapons and armor? I'll show you, Dennis.
Like to kick me out of my own house when they were drinking.
Yes, Leonard. My two babies sleep around, and that's when I record some gameplay. Exactly. Exact. Also a full-time physics professor, so you understand the life. You understand the life. What's up, Frosty? How are you, dude? Work asphalt in Michigan, so I get laid off every year. Crazy. It's not the same since I know when spring comes around, I have a job again, right? See, I've talked with people like that before, right? Who only work like 4 to 8 months out of the year, and then for the rest of the year, they're off, and then they just go back around to it later on. And man, I don't know if I would like that. I don't know if I would like going like 4 or 5 straight months with no additional income coming in. Even if the income coming in for the first 8 months was really, really good. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What happened to your mother?
When I left my village,
At the moment, while it does not pay the best, no one can easily take over my job. That's nice. Job market and finance is annoying, making me regret leaving the liquor store to get my degree. It's rough out here, man. Actively start looking for new work. Yeah, I've already started the process of, you know, updating the LinkedIn and all that good stuff, and trying to make sure I'm on the right footing to get a new job. But to be honest with you, I'm not certain that in fact, no, I already know I'm not going to head right back out to look, because I already know that this is a bad time anyway to try to find a job. So I'm probably going to try to just hold out and start looking next year, like after the holiday season is passed and all that stuff. So we'll see how it works. What's up, Dave? Hey man, just perusing Twitch and saw this game. Looks kind of like Skyrim. Is that about right? Yeah, you could consider it basically a combination of Skyrim and Dark Souls. I'm sorry, one of you asked, where do you go to upgrade your armor and equipment? You go up these stairs, And then there's this blacksmith guy. And then he has this grindstone. You can interact with the grindstone. Handcrafting is to make your armor and weapons. You can upgrade the armor and weapons you already have. You can attach relics to them if you have found a relic to attach. And finally, you can reduce the weight of the armor and weapons that you have if you so choose.
Boy, Frank, the question. Do you know why people always stop?
Kind person with great communication. God will give you whatever work you need. Thank you, David. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate the message, dude. Got lazy and made military my career. Hey, we appreciate it, dude. Appreciate those who step up.
I'm Osbert.
Certainly good that you're getting a lot more popular on your platforms. I highly doubt you need a 9 to 5 where how you're growing. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. We'll see how it keeps going. With this break from work, you'll be able to do a ton of YouTube and stream stuff. That is definitely the plan. If nothing else, my streams are going to be much more consistent with me not having to deal with a 9 to 5. If you stream at night, do you ever wait for your wife or kid? Do you ever wake your wife or kids from sleep? There's only been one time in all the time that I've been streaming where I got so loud, my wife came in and was like, I'm going to need you to chill out. For the most part, I've gotten real good about keeping my energy, reacting to stuff, interacting with the chat, but at the same time, not getting so crazy that it causes my wife and daughter to be disturbed. Luckily, my daughter at least is a very heavy sleeper, and my wife she's got a little bit of a night owl in her. So like when I start streaming at 9, a lot of times my wife it doesn't actually fall asleep until like 10:30, 11, and once she's out, and so all of that helps for sure.
Not really, especially since we went into.
While the blacksmith doesn't have a shirt, those zippers are hot. Hey man, if he's used to getting burned, it is what it is.
Now and then
Let's go for engineering in Minas Gerais, Brazil. Did research from my 20s up to your 30s. Oh wow, that's interesting. That's awesome.
Now that I think of it.
I currently cannot work because Matthias says I'm ready, but when I do, want to get a ticket to work and work at the library part-time. Oh, that's awesome. You're going to be a librarian? That's super cool. I'll be starting my search now so I could leave early if I need to. And in the meantime, you could give it your all to YouTube and streaming, a better source of income. That's the plan.
Oh,
that's absolutely the plan. I actually feel like I'm going to end up hitting Warhammer really, really hard. I'm super excited about Dark Heresy. And I was really excited about Rogue Trader, but I kind of made the decision that I would come into Warhammer fresh and allow Rogue Trader to be my introduction to Warhammer. This time for Dark Heresy, I think I've decided I want to know everything. I want to know all the ins and outs of Warhammer. I want to know all the ins and outs of Dark Heresy so I can come in as a really informed player. And so I think like, even though I'll be streaming more, we might change up what we're doing. Like I won't always be playing games. I'll probably end up reacting more to some Warhammer content and Warhammer videos, stuff like that. So I can really become well-versed in that ecosystem.
Of course I do. Those pins
never finished Rogue Trader, my deepest shame. You got to go back to it, David. Do you plan to focus on Twitch too, or is YouTube more your platform? What's up, Virgil? I plan to focus on both. I really enjoy both. I love YouTube for my long form content, and so I enjoy being able to put out videos that are 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 2 hours, and have people all commenting and saying, man, I love this. That's a really gratifying feeling for me. But I also love live streaming, and I think Twitch has a better culture and ecosystem when it comes to live streaming, but I don't understand Twitch enough. So I have to dive into it to understand it more and do a better job of making sure I'm providing the type of experience that people find entertaining and makes them want to be a part of it. Like, I understand community building on YouTube. I put out quality content. I put out quality videos. People comment on those videos. I respond to those comments. We have dialogue. And then I push them to other things like my Discord. I understand how all that works and how I'm building up a community through that. It's not completely clear to me how I build up the community on Twitch. And so I think there are probably mechanisms I should be using that I'm not using, and I have to work through all that and figure it out. We'll see.
Yeah. After we lost 2 squads trying to take back the all.
What about upgrades on spells? Spells are found or bought, Dennis. So there are 2 vendors in the city, that'll sell you spells. But any other spells, you got to go out and you got to find them. There's a video on my channel that shows you the locations for all of the Act 1 spells in the game. Look up Bricky videos. Yeah, I keep hearing about Bricky. I'll definitely have to check them out. Boring combat? You don't like the combat? Notice the Warhammer tabletop hasn't gotten set up yet. Thoughts of going through? We ended up canceling that because it was taking too long to get it set up. To be honest with you, I'm probably going to go in a completely different direction with it, and I'm still working on putting that together. So I do want to do a Warhammer tabletop, but it's not going to work the same way as what I originally envisioned.
Sometimes I wonder.
Grimdark Narrator has a lot of good lore content for 40K. Okay, awesome.
That misery loves company, but
some other platform will arise. Twitch has too much moderation and YouTube lacks good emotes. What do you mean Twitch is too much moderation? One sites have been proven to be easier on YouTube Live. As weird as that sound, it's not easier on YouTube Live. It's easier on YouTube period if you're focusing on videos and longer form content. Streaming does not grow your channel. Streaming allows you to monetize the subscribers you already have, and it helps to build community because you all are all interacting, connecting, all that kind of stuff, right? But it doesn't grow your channel unless you're repurposing those streams on TikTok, Reels, etc., etc. As a streamer, I give you one huge tip. Use TikTok and YouTube. YouTube Shorts and TikToks will help you grow. Yep, that's definitely a weakness in what I've been doing. I don't do short form content at all. I had a friend who was editing some of those shorts that I was putting up on YouTube for a while, but he was completely new to it. He wasn't all that good at it. I just haven't had the energy and the wherewithal to sit down and make that happen. Definitely one of the things I plan to start focusing on.
Yes.
Just upload clips to your stream.
And creepy. But now, I've heard it's an entirely different.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that, Rick. If you ever see something happen on my stream where you're like, yo, this is a really cool moment, if you pull it out to a clip, that'll help me know, okay, this is something I should probably make a short of.
And when the weirdness
when do you think Dark Heresy will be out? I think end of next year.
But you know that. Every child has heard the stories.
Get my lore from Major Kill. Hills are also. Yep, Major Kill and Bricky are the 2 ones that I hear about the most. I've never heard of Grimdark Narrator, though. I have to check him out.
Truth be told, most of them are just people.
Awesome. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it, dude.
When the villages started dying out because of the weirdness, hunger, or raids, they lost their livelihoods, ended up with nothing to their names, and nowhere to go. So they banded together and started raiding whatever was left.
But yeah, that's definitely the kind of stuff that I want to do. I want to know everything about Dark Heresy before it comes out. So I'm actually going to be taking each one of those party members and talking about their race and their background and what it all means, and allow people to comment and correct me in areas that I'm wrong. I want to know everything.
Then something happened, and suddenly we saw ships arriving near our eastern shores.
Oh, really? That's a Tainted Grail's Conquest, well. I liked it so much that I've been using it for Fall of Avalon. That's hilarious. Twitch moderation is kind of political drama, but I want my media platforms to be user-friendly, not affected by outside agendas. Without delving into detail, I think Twitch is being affected. Oh, okay, that's interesting.
So that's a start. other than that.
Icarus, I put up a review on Avowed and did a few videos on it as well. If yes, how would you compare it to this game? We had a conversation about it earlier. I feel like you're going to like Avowed more if you're a big Pillars of Eternity fan and if lore is really one of the most important things to you, because I feel like Avowed, because it has the benefit of those previous Pillars games, it has a stronger foundation of lore than what's presented here. But that being said, there are definitely some things Tainted Grail does much better than Avowed. So it's all about what is actually important to you. Also recognize that Avowed is a party-based game, right? Like, I prefer having a party. And so that definitely, for me, gives Avowed a huge plus. Tainted Grail, you're always by yourself. You can pull out summons, but those summons are not characters in and of themselves. They don't have voice acting. They don't have quests. They don't have the bells and whistles that you get from the party members that you have in Avowed. So take that as you will.
Ha! Friend, I wish.
Homesteading channel gets way more views on shorts, but it does not convert to subs. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, you can end up messing up your channel because shorts attracts a certain type of audience. Like, I've been thinking about, does it make more sense for me to put shorts on my channel, or does it make more sense to create a separate, like, slandered clips channel and then allow those people to sign over on Slandered Gaming if they want to? That might make more sense, because I've definitely seen some people who feel like they, to some degree, ruin their main channel by putting a bunch of short form content on it, and now the algorithm doesn't know what to do with their stuff because they got too many different people who want too much different stuff. Yep, no problem, Icarus. Yeah, Twitch for his has been brutal to virtual tubers on just silly bans. Interesting.
I said I don't have any jobs.
Slanted clips would be good. Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably the route I'm going to go.
Teach you a thing or two, if you're willing to learn, that is.
Sure, teach me.
Since you're free to wander about while I'm stuck in the keep, maybe we can make good use of that. You've probably bashed in the skull of a beast or two, right?
Exactly, Virgil. Discoverability sucks if all you're doing is streaming. You really have to do regular content in addition to streaming. Streaming takes advantage of the audience that you have, but the advantage also is that it's easier to create short form content off of streams than it is off of long form videos. And so if you combine all of that together, it can put you in a very good spot. Corpse eater rags. Do I have enough for this? Probably not, but let's check. Boop, boop. Nope, more leather. All right, we'll be back. Got that, got that. We were about to search over there, but we're actually gonna go here first. Did that save? Oh, it did. Okay, cool. It just went so fast, I didn't realize it. Oh, nice. Look at that. And going to your quarters, sir. So yeah, what I've also been thinking about is I want a channel that allows me to use my voice more. And I've been seeing a lot about how popular horror channels are. And I would be 100% down to do a channel that was just all about me voicing like different short horror stories, right? But the thing is, the thing that I've been looking at and trying to understand is, where do you get the horror story content from? Like, I'm a little confused about how you know whether or not it's okay to use something or whether or not it's not. But if I can figure that out, I'd actually love to spin up a channel where I really don't show my face, where it's not nearly as intensive as a lot of the stuff I do for this channel is, but I'm just voicing different really cool like horror stories or creepy stories. What I'm especially thinking about as well is if I did that, focusing on like Warhammer lore, like disturbing and unnerving stories that are focused in like the Warhammer universe, I think that could be really cool and still consistent with the direction that I see a lot of my stuff going. Not that I want to be like a strictly Warhammer channel at all. I just really enjoy the Grimdark universe, and so I think I would enjoy doing more content in it. We'll see. So if you watch the class of Streamers University, they were all quoted, you learn so much, especially from these two. I heard Agent really took it seriously and was doing serious classes. I'm Dante was doing it as well. That's interesting. Reddit is where it is. Any public story is fine. Really? That's the way it works? Huh. Oh, copyrighted stuff? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm concerned about. I don't want to, end up making videos on stuff that's supposed to be copyrighted. What's up, Awaken? How are you, dude? A lot of the story stuff uses AI. Yeah, I saw that. I wouldn't. I've always been kind of uncomfortable with, like, I don't care about AI like fixing something here or there, or AI giving me an idea, but the idea of spinning out an entire story from AI and then regurgitating that, I'm straight. I'm straight. It doesn't really work for me. Strutted with Tainted Girl. I find the build that best suits my thought patterns and reflex speed. Good thing you got so many respec posts to try stuff out. Yep, indeed. Frosty, which build did you end up settling on? Slandered audio? Yeah, it's a possibility for sure.
Just kidding. Love the view, but this weather is killing me.
Possibility for sure.
Always windy. Always
It's very soulless in my opinion. Exactly. And anytime I put out content, I want it to feel like I put some of myself into it. All right. I don't like the idea. And the thing for me is if I did something like that, there would be a feeling in the pit of my stomach like people are going to know. They're going to realize that this is just AI slop and it's going to turn them against me. I wouldn't feel good about it at all. Half of art is lost when it's machine generated. Yeah, it's not my thing. It's not my thing. But it's like there are people putting stories up on Reddit and, maybe they're trying to become like published authors or they're trying to spread more of their content around. I'd have no problems with reading their stories and tagging them in the description, tagging them in the video and saying, hey, if you enjoy this, check out more of this person's work, that type of thing. That I'll be totally cool with.
Stupid. That's what I was.
Yeah, Agent and Dante were praised by the students. Literally, all of them said that Dante and Agent should get Professor of the Year. Wow, that's crazy. So who has been the worst? Who's someone who just didn't take it seriously at all?
I said he's getting old.
Dante's class was defense against the hating hearts. One of the use points is how to turn haters into potential content and bringing in new viewers from the hate. To say it on stream is entirely different than stream and contest section. Agent Zero was brand deals. That sounds like content I should watch. Sure, I'll get you something.
Thanks, friend. I knew I could count on you.
Ice and right hand fire and the left, cast it back and forth to burn and freeze at the same time. Really? And how far are you in the game now, Frosty? Boom, boom, boom. And nothing there. Oh, this is the very, very front. Okay, yeah, so nobody's out there. I like the images the AI uses would tell the story, but not the story itself. Yeah, now that I am comfortable with. Like, I'll put up little AI images because at the end of the day, I'm not an artist. I'm not an artist, and I haven't found anyone who would like do art on my channel. Honestly, I've been trying like crazy to find a thumbnail artist because I am never happy with my thumbnails, but apparently that's just not gonna happen.
Hey, tell me, can you read?
Level 10, Act 1. Okay, so you're still early in the game. It'll be interesting to see when you get later in the game and the enemies start trying to overwhelm you, if you still feel very good about the overall build.
Listen,
I can't.
good with words. Could you read me a letter from my sister? She's
I understood what you meant, Elric. All good.
Can you believe it? She writes letters to me.
I'm so proud of her.
Always
Boom,
make fun of me
boom,
for not
boom,
knowing how to read.
boom, boom.
And Enid is still learning. I don't want them to make stupid jokes about her if it's bad. I know our village is in the arse end of nowhere, but it's not our fault no one ever gave a shit about it. At least now things are changing.
Is that right?
Maybe my sister will have a better...
One on what's updates. What's up, Jeremy? My assumption is they're definitely going to do more patches and continue to work towards stability for the game.
And what did it say? Everyone's healthy?
No.
No, you must have misunderstood something. What do I do now?
What are my options?
I don't know what to do. I should go back to him, right?
What are the options? You might get caught. You'd be accused of desertion and killed. It won't change a thing. Yes, I think you should go with them. You go to them. But. Do I think you should go to them? Yes, you should try to help.
Think of something. I don't know. Sorry, I have to think.
Let me remind myself again. What exactly does the letter say? Brother, it ain't good news. Few red priests came. They want to take mom and some other folks because of the plague. Our dad and some other man did not agree. There's a fighting father got killed. Now I'm taking care of mom. She's feeling more and more weak. We don't know if the priests are going to come back or what. It's hard, but she asked me to send her love and tell you to keep going and do good things because that's the most important thing. It's me in it. I'm praying for you. Yeah, go help your sister, bro. She's in a really tight slot. Go help your sister. I'm on veteran, level 25, act 2. I find it's very hard to actually proc statuses, and I have 200 plus 200% spell power, and the perk that increases elemental buildup. I agree with that, JV, which is why when you look at a lot of the footage from my playthrough that I use in my videos, I don't even bother trying to build up the statuses. I go straight up for just pure damage. And a lot of people wonder, why do you keep doing the heavy version of those spells instead of maybe try to do a faster version and get fire on them, because long term it doesn't work well. So what you want is a thumbnail. Are you looking for a photo editor to make one using a still, or an actual artist to draw something from scratch? No, I'm looking for to take the game art that's already publicly available and then finding a combination of effects and fonts and things of that nature to make a compelling looking thumbnail in a way where I could do that consistently over all my thumbnails on the channel. Like when I first started, I just made all my thumbnails black and white. And that was a way to make my thumbnails distinctive from everybody else around me, but at the same time, put a little bit of effort in making them different. And at some point I decided that was kind of the wrong move. It wasn't doing enough to really make the thumbnails pop in comparison to what other things people were seeing. And so I got away from that. And ever since I got away from that, I've never had a consistent visual design for the thumbnails on the channel. And that's absolutely one of the things I like to figure out. Who writes letters without capitalizing the words? David, a child. They're trying to emphasize that it's a little probably like a teenage girl who's writing this letter, whose father has been murdered and her mother is sick, and she's pretty much all alone and isolated. So if those red priests come back, that guy's mother and his sister, they're going up to the island.
Sure. Maybe it's easy to make and doesn't restrict movement.
Senator, how long do you think the trend of AAA video games taking 5+ years to be developed will last? And what can help make the development time faster? What's going on, Darth?
It's also much more comfortable.
Honestly, I don't feel like that's going to end anytime soon, because it's just so much more expensive to make games now, and there's so much more that goes into it compared to how things used to be. And we see what happens when developers try to force games out faster. A lot of times those experiences end up being broken. So I don't have a good answer for that, honestly. Like when a developer pushes a game back, or when they say, hey, it's going to be a long time before we get the sequel, I don't knock them for it, because I get it that that's kind of the time that we live in now. The ice status is very powerful, and if you could use it on a single powerful enemy, it's good. The rest, not so much. Freezing a boss enemy and then switching to a big weapon or spell and shattering them is very effective. It's just proccing it that's the issue. You're looking more for a graphic designer than not an artist. Yeah, you could make, that's true. That's true. Because it's not like I want these thumbnails, the art for them done from scratch. So yeah, it's a graphic designer. That's a fact. Yeah, I never used ice during my first playthrough, JV, but then in the process of doing content for this game, I played with ice more, and I was like, whoa, this is actually pretty freaking cool. Usually I'm much more of a fire mage than I am an ice mage. I can't tell you why, but definitely when I was playing around with it, I was like, this would have helped me in some of the battles I was in. Agent literally went over a great point. A bag is a bag. As long as you think the product is great, but do some research on it. But at the end of the day, a bag is a bag. And Agent also answered a great question. A student asked this: how do I get brand deals efficiently? And Agent said, you just message them. I had a Popeye sponsor last week, and I just messaged them. But yeah, man, just be confident and reach out. You lose nothing not doing so. Yep. And there are some brands that I use on a regular basis that I've been thinking you should just go ahead and contact them directly. Like I got a bunch of Elgato stuff. I got an Elgato Stream Deck. I use the Wave, and it's an Elgato light shining on me. I use a Canon camera. I got a Shure mic. I should probably be reaching out to all of them and saying, hey, look, y'all are probably used to working with people like 200,000 subscribers. I only got 30,000 subscribers, but all 30,000 of them are massive CRPG fans. And CRPG fans, they love things that make their computer experience even better. So hook a brother up. DLC allows part of the game to be released first or cheaper before the studio runs out of money. That's true. What's up, Dream? You just finished Avowed and loved it? Nice. This game would be a great follow-up. I agree, Jeremy. This game is a fantastic follow-up from Avowed.
Shadowblade is a moniker. Arden is passionate about weapons and armor. He has great knowledge of materials, techniques, and history. A true expert.
Fantastic follow-up.
I would love to meet him one day.
Why don't you tell the quartermaster blacksmith that lamella armor is better?
But they both said I know jack shit. Besides, the keepers rarely go outside the walls nowadays. Then the quartermaster added that if I don't like our equipment, he could send me out scouting in just my underwear. Perhaps all right.
I agree. Agent and Kai are both legends in the streaming space, no question about it. But the thing is, usually their content is not about dropping knowledge on being a streamer. It's usually about a whole host of other things. So I don't watch them very often with that in mind, right? Because I'm usually thinking I'm not going to get that. But I'll see if I can find a video of the class Agent did. And I'm Dante, another one who I've definitely always had a huge amount of respect for. Do I have to read it to get the, yeah. All right, recipe unlocked. Athletics. Throw him off the cliff. This isn't Baldur's Gate 3. There's no push option to just push him off. I'm sorry. Hey, I came here, right? So, oh wait, this is blocked off, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, I already did all that. Excellent. That's why the university is so good. I have no doubt. No doubt. Okay, so that was that direction. Now we need to go in this direction. We got all this. Oh, that was it, right? Okay, cool. Wait, no. Now we can come over here and come over this side. You're like the fourth person that has asked me that, Jeremy. I'm definitely gonna have to do a video because apparently it's a question on everybody's mind. I would say that which game is better depends on what you're looking for. I'll make a video really going through all my thoughts and then let you all know. I talked to you already, right?
Hello.
Yeah, you're the one I talked to. Yeah, okay, fine. If the game has verticality, it 100% needs to have options to throw people off cliffs. Otherwise, -1 for reviews. Well, I'll be sure to pass that message along to Owlcat because they definitely said one of the goals for whatchamacallit, for Dark Heresy is that they're significantly going to increase the verticality compared to Rogue Trader.
Oh, mother's tits. I've just about had it with this bunch of repressed virgins.
Well,
And
damn.
not like you, B. You don't look like one of them.
It's just too much fun when it happens,
Oh,
for
do
sure.
I now? You would be too if you had to deal
That's
with
why they
those
was
sniveling
Slannon,
morons
what's the
when
streets
they're up
girl?
to something.
I think knowing how
Don't
to
look at me
defend
like
against
that.
Hated Guards
You
live
don't
would
get
be
as far in
good.
life as I
Okay.
have if you can't smell
The
bullshit
Streaming
from a
University
mile
was a
away.
teaser, and Kai will start
There's
seasons
something
of this each
fishy
year.
going on here.
I think that's a true theory.
But I'll get to
Wow,
the
that's
bottom of it.
interesting. It's definitely
here's a
worked out
brilliant
very,
idea.
very well for
You're
him.
going
There's
home.
no question this has been wildly successful. Am
I just
I?
need you to go to Brandon and find out why that
Look at
slime
Skyrim
boss
vids of
pretended
shout
not to
blasting
know
people
I'm
off
here.
mountains.
Tell him I'm waiting with
Everyone
the
loves it.
delivery.
Nice.
Although I'm pretty sure he knows this already.
I'm pretty sure he knows too. I'm afraid I don't have
Perfect
access.
thinking. You wouldn't. You're new here, right?
I am.
Shit.
Boop,
There's
boop,
something going on, you know?
boop,
I don't
boop.
want anybody to know, but I can feel it. I've been doing business with the captain for years now. Then suddenly I found myself stuck here. They won't let me further in, not even to set up camp in the village. But they won't let me out.
Vargas, what's going on, dude? How are you?
Come and visit if you need anything.
Wow, Streamer University has a category. It has its own category on Twitch. That's insane. Views were reaching 500,000. They have their own Twitch emote. That's insane. This has been insanely successful for them.
Or I try to be.
For
when my
sure.
business isn't being
For
held hostage
sure.
By a bunch of idiots who seem to be terrified of women. What was I thinking when I decided to leave Timberwall? I should have stayed there.
Sony? Sony would be working on that new Ghost of Tsushima game, right?
You've never been to the Merchant Capital?
I still need to play.
didn't
That's
miss
the
much.
other game I need to play.
Yes, it's
I need to
rich
play
and
Outer
travel,
Worlds.
but
I need to
only
play Ghost of
four rich
Tsushima,
Mexicans.
and I need to play
Other than that, it's a place like any other.
Arcanum.
Pain and
Those are
misery
the three
hiding
games I
behind
need to work
building
on.
walls.
You know, I'm probably going to start on that
Not as
tomorrow.
exciting as people
I'm going to
think.
figure out one of them and start on tomorrow. I'm probably
Or-
going to start with Arcanum
Maybe it is
and
if
only
you
do
like
like
a
one
bunch
or
of
maybe two
backstabbing
streams of
crooks.
it,
Yeah.
knowing that it's
No, I
probably
remember
too
what I was
old for
thinking
folks to
about
really,
that.
really get into it. And then we'll probably do Outer Worlds.
I have no home in Timberwall. Well, we have an estate, but it hasn't felt like home for a long time. I feel like every time I go back, I recognize it less and less. The people are getting greedier and more desperate by the day. Business is slow, I'm not gonna lie. With the weirdness creeping in from the north and bandits everywhere, trade's just not as profitable as it used to be. But I don't know. Being a merchant from Timberwall used to mean craftiness, taking risks, looking for opportunities. Now they only care about keeping their heads down and preserving their fortunes.
You've never seen any hate for Streaming University? Only people mad about not getting in? No, I've seen hate.
It's more of a requirement. If you
On
ever want
Twitter,
to be
there's
successful in
a
Timberwolf.
ton of hate
family
with
is full
people
of them.
basically saying who watches this trash and nobody should be supporting this kind of content, yada, yada, yada. And then you mentioned that some streamers like weren't able to get in. There's definitely people complaining about Kai,
There was a small settlement
talking
with
trash
different
about
houses.
him. For sure.
this odd
I heard
little
Arcanum is an amazing game. Its Steam version works with Windows 11. I have no idea, Vargas. I've never played Arcanum, and I have not tried out the Steam version yet. People keep talking about this game, and so I want to give it a whirl.
Another one who gouged his eyes out so he wouldn't have to look at his child melting into the floor.
Damn.
A woman in the farthest corner of the settlement managed to stab herself in the heart before it got to her. I almost dropped it all and ran back to Timberwall that day. I'm still not sure why I didn't. I guess giving up just isn't in my nature.
Cray, cray.
You do realize you won't score any points with the Keepers by helping me, right? Those holier-than-thou soldier boys have no idea what it takes to be a merchant in this sorry world.
Saw
The
people
things
say
we
Kai
have to
only
do
picked his
sometimes
friends
aren't
for the
exactly
professors, and it's like, why
done
wouldn't he?
according to the
Exactly.
rule book.
Agent Duke and Davis, exactly. He knows they're smart and knowledgeable about streaming. I agree with that, but I also feel like he didn't do a good enough job of telling them, like, yo, you got to take this seriously, dude. Like the fact that Agent and Dante stand out so much from the other professors that are available, I think that's a bad look.
There's a woman from the tribes called Nest. She's my supplier. At least, I think she's still working for me. I haven't heard from her in a while. And she was supposed to bring me some really precious cargo. Something the captain wanted me to arrange.
This
You still up for an
quest is so
adventure?
ridiculous. Any idea where I can
My
find her?
guess, and it's only a guess,
Boom,
is that
boom,
at some point
boom,
she must have
boom,
been somewhere around the bay.
Boom,
That beach near the whales.
boom.
Rumor has it that Bromar No-Face and his thugs are fond of that place, which wouldn't be good news for Nest. You'll
Reward?
get paid, of course. Just let me know what happened. And bring back the cargo, if she still has it.
Excellent. You don't have anything I'm interested in, right? Movement speed. Nah. Oh, right. Spyglass. Yeah, we'll take that. This is interesting. And then we'll take that. That's cool as well. We don't need the, you know what? We probably should take some lockpicks, but I'm not going to buy those just yet. We'll see. What stealth types are there besides elemental? Well, I mean, there's elemental and then there's non-elemental. There are a bunch of non-elemental spells for sure. Bounties.
Welcome, in the name of our eternally reigning Majesty King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Tables. I am obliged to inform you that fighting those who actively break the law and reject the rule
To be
of the
clear,
gods, the
in my
free and
opinion,
kind
elemental
spirits,
spells, if you're
as,
focused on being a spellcaster in this game, elemental spells are way better because there are skills that specifically increase your damage when you are using elemental spells or when you're activating debuffs. Right? As opposed to with the untyped spells that deal no elemental damage and don't apply a debuff, all you could use is just the damage that the spell has inherently. And so it's not nearly as powerful. If you get the same, but whenever I go into my stash and I try to put from the stash, the item description doesn't always show. Are you having the same issue? What's going on? Keep on gaming. I haven't tested that yet. So after I get out of this conversation, I'll head to my stash and see if I can find out what you're talking about. You're representative of Camelot.
My name is Dillian. I was sent here from the capital to see how
What do you
the
mean?
bonds of
Which
the South
profession?
and the
This
planet
game doesn't have
and also to
classes.
encourage the keepers to fight.
Boom,
The
boom,
situation
boom.
with the Pict and Del Rita savages
You're
is
playing on the PS5. I'm playing on which platform? Is that the question? So I'm playing on PC. What's going on, Seaboth? How are you, dude? Hey there. What's the verdict on this so far? Too early to tell. I did a review on it. I enjoyed it immensely. Definitely recommend picking it up.
Well, you've probably
I'm
heard
with the
about
druids.
making human sacrifices by stuffing people into wicker puppets and setting them on fire.
Yeah, Grumble. As soon as I get done with this conversation, I'll show you where you get more wood.
And then sent them up in smoke.
Chilling at the work, awesome.
Too bad I
You know what? Actually, I just realized I should. How can I do that? How can I do this? Are those blood stains on the back wall? No, it's that's just a like a flag hanging in front of them. It's not on the back wall.
Yep, made human sacrifices, prayed to the dark gods, brought the weirdness back. Bunch of bastards. Good thing they're Wormfood now.
Ooh, where are the druids
The
killed?
survivors have supposedly taken refuge with savages in the woods, and one of them is rumored to be hiding in the Horns area. But whether that was before or after the Charred Conclave, I don't know. Would you like to hear about him?
No, behind the bookshelf. I don't see it, but I'll see. I'll check after this convo.
His name was Slaudyard. He was lurking near Blood Lake, a small pond where they used to throw the bodies of executed convicts.
You mean
They
like
said
this
he would fish
area?
them out and use his magic to turn them into
Oh,
undead
you're
monsters.
talking about like right
Eventually,
around
he started
here?
needing some fresher corpses.
I feel like
So he
that's
started
more
needing
so
to keep
rust
the Horns
than
organized
blood,
manhunt.
but it's
They found
interesting.
him and sentenced him to death. People say that the moment his body touched the surface of Blood Lake,
Yeah, I
the
feel
water
like there's
ran
like a
against
painting
Prince
here
Scarlet
that
since
comes
then.
all the way
Some
down.
say that Slaudyard came back from the dead and seeks revenge.
Well, we'll take a
But
closer
if
look.
you ask me, it's just a tale by local simpletons.
As you can see, the colors are Gryffindor.
There are rumors that the reader.
Well, yesterday they all went on a party. Yeah, I know. I saw some tweets about that. It was a press center all on there, Black Rose. How for another scene had a varsity jacket in slithering colors. So that's all set up a funny storyline. Kai is just a master when it comes to content. There's just no question about it. A master of
Very
content.
popular, and that's putting it mildly. The Witch Morgane would have been burnt at the stake long ago if everyone weren't so afraid of her. And then we have the commoners who seem to keep.
Yeah,
picking her
like I
place.
never met
And
Morgane. He
the
mentions
Chinese.
her, but I never actually meet her in the game. I really wanted to meet more Knights of the Round Table or people who are closely associated with King Arthur mythology. So maybe that's something we'll get from DLCs. We'll see.
Leaving the Horns of the South without a good reason. Too many bandits and not enough keepers. Well, Camelot would send a group of knights with Sir Galahad at the head, and he's not interested in half measures. He'd probably burn down.
Yeah,
half
I
the
need to
garrison.
check on the release dates for some of those games that I know I want to hit up, because I have a feeling that Outer Worlds 2 is the first one that's supposed to come out. So in this case, Outer Worlds is probably the first one that I want to go ahead and jump on and get started on ASAP. Mr. Ad, what's going on, man? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch.
No matter what you say about him, he's very efficient. Brutal, even by my standards, but efficient.
Even by my standards. I wonder how this game plays on a controller.
Plenty.
Somebody keep on game. You're saying you played on PS5. Outside of the storage issue you mentioned, how has the experience of playing this game on a controller been for you? Because I strictly play on PC.
But very rarely.
Mouse and keyboard.
Thin layer of wax on the surface of the skin.
No, Morgane. I was looking forward to meeting her. I never met her, JV, but you might. Again, I turned against Camelot, and I don't know if that prevented me from meeting more of the Knights of the Round Table and more of those famous mythological figures. And it seems like there's content that's in the game now that wasn't available when I played through it. So you might meet her. Don't let my experience, make you feel differently. If anything else.
That a body decomposes in water.
Paul
4
Streamer
times
University,
faster than
Kai
a
would just spawn out of nowhere. Like you can see him in the background far away. Then he just appear randomly. It's great on a controller. Nice.
Oh, hey, before you go, I can see the blood loss in your eyes, you know. It takes one to know one. So here's some friendly advice, free of charge.
Yeah, I might have to try it on a controller. Because the one thing I don't like about playing on mouse and keyboard is when you want to dash back, you have to press Alt, which is right next to the start key. And so sometimes I accidentally press start or Z instead of dash. Yeah, I think this red down here is just part of the overall painting that's behind the bookshelf. Mr. Ad, what's up, man? Oh, you switched over. You didn't know I was on Twitch? Oh, yeah. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I multi-stream. So if you come back here from the front, so I assume you might be new to the game. So that's the front gate. So when you first come in, you'll see these stairs. Jump on these stairs. By the way, make sure you read the plaque on the statue so that you get an increase in two-handed. But then when you come to the back area, if you go over to the left, you'll see a little stand here with a bunch of wood that you can chop up. You must have a wood cutting axe in order to be able to do that, which can be purchased from one of the vendors towards the beginning. Towards the front, rather, which I guess I'm going to need to do because apparently I don't have a wood cutting axe. I like Twitch better because chat. Yep. Whatever works for you. Whatever platform works. No problem, Grumble. My pleasure, dude. Yeah, nice little side quest from Arthur to track down and punish Lancelot and Guinevere. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the kind of thing that I wanted. That's absolutely the kind of content that I wanted that I never got. Like Lancelot, like he talks about Merlin all the time, barely ever mentions the other like major members of the Knights of the Round Table. And I thought that was such an odd choice. Oh, you were looking for trees? Oh, yeah. No problem. I changed my dash to B5 on my MMO mouse. Nice. Nice. BioArc, you are 100% right, man. So little time. Okay, so keep on gaming. You were saying that, I'm not sure you're getting the same issue, but whenever I go into the stash and I try to put from the stash, the item description doesn't always show. I did not have that issue on, oh, so you're like, I'm looking at the Apple right now and there's nothing popping up on the right side. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, and now, so let's see. It seemed to pop up that time. It hasn't popped up again. I'm not sure if I did something wrong. Oh, wait, no, see here? My mouse is directly on the knife, but nothing's popping up on the right side. Yeah, it looks like that's a bug. Looks like that's a bug. I didn't experience that during my playthrough. That's definitely a bug. Did you submit it already? Yeah, it doesn't always appear. Lancelot and Gwen soulmates. Screw Arthur. You want to ship Lancelot and Gwen? Hilarious. Oh, so I already have a two-handed weapon. And you know what? Oops. No. I know I don't care about the other option. So yeah, we're gonna take the two-handed weapon and a lot of this other stuff. We'll keep the bow, keep the two-handed. Put it in storage. None of this stuff. Oh, right, magic is what I'm looking at. Oh, you have to have two spiritual. Oh, wow. I never realized. So Burning Ember does not have a spirituality requirement. Neither does Wolf's Call, but Hailstone does. Fascinating. All right, we're going to put that stuff in storage because I don't need to use any of that, but I'm going to keep around Wolf's Call because I will probably use that. None of that stuff is going in storage. This, max health. Probably sell that. Increase stamina. Weapon relic. Inflicts burn. I might go ahead and end up putting that on something. So we'll keep that around as well. And this is for crafting. So there we go. Just don't use the wood cutting axe. I started out with that and was like, why is two-handed so bad? Until I found a sword. Hailstone is much better than burning ember, to be honest. Yeah, I never used hailstone in my first playthrough, but I feel like long term the fireball spell ends up being better than anything you get from ice. So I guess it all evened out in the end. Boom. Does the blacksmith have...
When things are quiet.
Does the blacksmith have... Oh, yep, warm coat too.
Dan, isn't it?
I always like Thunderlash out of the bunch. What's going on, Fado? Thunderlash is my favorite way to deal with groups of enemies in Act 1 for sure. For sure.
Disagreement.
That or the one with 7 spikes. Yeah, Merlin's Thorn. Is that what you're talking about?
I guess I might have overreacted a bit. But since Dan is on the wall...
You don't have the mana for Fireball? Oh, okay, that's right. So you're not deep in Act 2 yet.
And I forgave him a long time.
Whoa, you must have joined YouTube very early to be able to get Judge Dredd as your handle. That's freaking awesome. You think this game competes with the big Elder Scrolls games? It does, but not as far as how much content you get. Like the dungeons, most of these dungeons you can finish in 5 to 10 minutes. It doesn't have the deep, sprawling dungeons that you get in like a Skyrim or Oblivion, where you're wondering like, yo, when is this going to end, right? But the writing is very strong. It has excellent side quests, really interesting characters that you meet, and combat can be thrilling. In fact, I would say combat in this game is more of a challenge and requires more of you than what you experience in the Elder Scrolls games. And so all of that together provides an experience that's very different, and this game is definitely very, very nice. Vice, what's up, man? How are you, dude? Only problem with that fireball spell is expensive and throws bodies, making it harder to loot. It does blow up bodies, but I find that to be hilarious, so it works for me. What's up, Nick? So how's the two-handed gameplay? Is it satisfying or underwhelming? I have not played around with it much. My whole first playthrough, I was heavy into magic. So I haven't been heavy into two-handed enough to tell you whether or not it's really, really good. But from what people have told me, melee is strong in this game. And I got no complaints at all, Nick. Hope you can say the same, man. Is Thunderlash like Brontai from Dragon's Dogma? I don't remember Brontai, so I couldn't tell you. Mod community alone is what carries the ES series. That's the other thing. This game does have mod tools, so they've made some steps to make it welcoming for the mod community, but whether or not this catches on as far as mods making a lot of content for it is anyone's guess. And that's also a major, major factor as far as whether or not it's going to stand up to the Elder Scrolls games.
Well, I may not be angry with him anymore. But that doesn't mean I'll work my ass off so that his doesn't freeze. Here's an explanation of how to make it. Feel free to help him out yourself.
All right. Warm his coat. Whoops, not up there. Here. I cannot make the coat. Again, I do not have any leather. All right, fine. Did that. Did everything over here. Nobody I could talk to there. I got the bounties from old boy. Did I get? Nope, I didn't get this stuff. Yep, excellent. Take all of that. Parries are wonky until you realize the parry frames only start after you release the block button. So you have to start a bit before the attack hits you. Ronta is a spell that basically allows you to create a ship entirely made of lightning. Nah, Lash is basically like a poor man's chain lightning. There we go. I'm honestly sitting here thinking, do I play Oblivion, start this, or Clair Obscure, or Kingdom Come? Decisions. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, oh, what's up, Chris? Just subscribe to your channel, bro. You're a cool ass dude, man. Keep up the good work. God bless. Can't wait to play this game, honestly. I'm currently playing Oblivion Remastered. That's awesome, dude. Welcome to the channel, man. Glad you've been enjoying the content. Appreciate you, dude. Hope you enjoy Oblivion and that you enjoy this afterwards. Need a change up? Yeah, this is a nice change up from playing Oblivion, even though there definitely are some similarities to the Elder Scrolls series. Are there weight limits you need to worry about, or can you loot everything into bottomless pockets? Definitely weight limits. So there's an encumbrance limit in the upper right that gets larger as you add more endurance. So actually, I don't think having more strength helps me, does it? Why doesn't let me check that there? Oh, here we go, attributes. So yeah, strength helps your melee damage, stamina, and armor weight multiplier. We'll talk about that in a bit. You have to increase your endurance, which is basically your health, if you want to increase the encumbrance limit. So this game also has an interesting system where if you look at a piece of clothing, it doesn't say light, medium, or heavy armor, right? Instead, the game decides whether you are lightly, medium, or heavily armored based on the total weight of all the pieces on your body. So the armor that's on your person counts towards whether you have light, medium, or heavy armor, and it counts towards your encumbrance. So you have to consider that. And then whether you have light, medium, or heavy armor determines how much mana and stamina regeneration you have, along with your attack speed, casting speed, dash speed, and movement speed multiplier. So since I have medium armor, there are no changes. But if all of a sudden things got heavier, I don't think I have the ability to make it heavier, honestly, right? But if all of a sudden things got heavier, it could become a very different story. Like that became a little bit heavier, but it wasn't enough to change anything. But you get the idea. Like lethal root, like, yeah, this is significantly heavier. Hitting an enemy immobilizes them. Cool. So yeah, like this is almost to the point it's going to be heavy. Do the NPCs have sleep and day cycle and home cycle? They do, but it's not strong the way it is in Elder Scrolls. So, you know, like in Skyrim, it felt like people had, you know, full schedules that they lived out on a day-to-day basis. In this one, it feels a little more haphazard, for lack of a better phrase, but it is there, at least on some degree. I barely just got a series.
We stand
Not very complex ones. Exactly. What's going on, Hitman? How are you? So you're wearing heavy armor, but you're not considered actually heavy. Like, you could try to make the case that it's heavy, but like, I can't even tell based on looking at it, right? Like if you look at a piece of armor, it doesn't say light, medium, or heavy. It just says, hey, this is a helmet and it's 2 pounds. Now, another thing, if I wore a silk hat, it's 0.1 pounds, right? So you can make the case, obviously, that hat is light and that this hat is heavy, but you could have this helmet on, and depending on your other clothing, you could still be considered lightly armored. And again, one of the advantages of investing into strength is that you can wear armor that's much heavier, but at the same time, the game will still treat you as lightly armored and allow you to get the mana regeneration and stamina generation that you're looking for. Wine picture. That's that. And that's enough of that. Let's go. So, yeah, it was kind of a weird system for me at first, but once you get the hang of it, it's not a big deal at all. Oh, what's that? Or why isn't this or? Why aren't they letting me? There we go. Oh, you're still here. What's up?
Camelot, no?
You got heavy, medium, or light? I hadn't made a decision. Again, I don't really plan to finish this playthrough. I was just playing so that some people could check out the game and folks could ask questions if they had them, stuff like that. Oh, and you know what? I actually have a couple of keys available for the game. So if there's somebody on the stream who does not already own this game but wanted to be able to play it, message me on Discord. I've got 2 keys available. So the first 2 people that are able to message me on Discord as Slandered, I'll send a key your way. Happy to do it.
I was just wondering what's going on out there. Here in the south, we have our own.
But yeah, I just wanted to give people the opportunity to see the game, ask questions, things of that nature. But we're going to be heading over to Outer Worlds, and I'll still continue to do content on the game for sure, though.
And a secret coalition preparing a coup at the highest levels of power. And that whole plague thing is just a tool to reach their final goal. The Red Priests are also trying to get something.
Game looks. Oh yeah, that's true. It's Steam specific though. I don't have keys for Xbox or PlayStation. It's PC Steam specifically. This game looks badass, like combination of Elden Ring, Skyrim, and The Witcher. It's cool. So does food need to be cooked in order for it to be able to heal you, or you could just go to town and consume literal buffet stations worth of healing? You can consume food, but it's worth virtually nothing. So you really do need to cook it. But you get so much food throughout the playthrough that cooking is no problem whatsoever. No problem whatsoever. Wish you had a time to play it right now. I know the feeling, Marcus. I know the feeling. So many hours in a day. So many hours in a day. Take care, Seaboy. Always good to see you, dude. Hold on one second. Let me move this over. And BioArc, I see you. Yes, sir, off the key holder. Give me 1 second, man. I got you. Where is that thread? Yeah, here we go. And 1 second. Those other ones have already been taken up. Boom. BioArc, you should, you have just been sent a key. Congratulations, dude. Hope you enjoy the game. Here we go. What's up, Sensei? How are you, dude? There's always a ton of ways to heal, sacrificing minion spells, etc. Yep. Absolutely.
Well, sure. They want to establish a new order on our
because healing is something you're constantly going to need to be able to do.
Maybe our captain is even involved. Hell knows. They have their people everywhere. Damn it, you could be one of them too. Although when I look at you, I don't think so. You have such a stupid face.
Wow. And how would you recognize someone from a secret coalition?
Those sons of bitches are good at hiding.
Any recommendations for pre-builds? I recommend you experiment. There's archery, there's melee, there's spells, and everything in between. You can combine all of this in some really interesting ways. So I recommend that you spend the first few hours experimenting with all the different combat types to get a feel for which one you like the most, with the understanding that no matter what it is you prefer, there's a way to make it viable. Like, there are some people who play this game as just a pure archer and use the bow at all times. You can make that viable if that's what you want to do.
I'm not suggesting anything.
What's up, Joshua? Would you say a shield mage build is viable? Shield one hand, magic in the other? You could do that, but the question becomes, why? Why do you feel like that's going to help you? Like, if you're planning to play as a battle mage, it would seem like you would want to have a weapon of some sort in that hand. A lot of what helps shields helps melee combatants as well. It's not that that won't work, it's just that it's an odd mix. Oh, like pre-build, computer recommendations. That I don't know about. I haven't actually looked at the required specs for this game. It ran fine on my computer. And while it's obvious that the game needs more polish, from my understanding, from a performance standpoint, I haven't heard about any issues on PCs whatsoever. Wands have block. I use them. Oh, I didn't even think about that, but that makes sense because they're treated as one-handed weapons.
Power over us, of course. Over our bodies and souls. Over Avalon. Over the whole damn course of history.
Does this game have any hidden Easter eggs to King Arthur media like movies? Not that I found, but I'm not well versed in all the different things that have been done regarding King Arthur. So it's possible something was done and I just didn't realize what it was referencing.
But we have to talk out loud. It suits them when everyone keeps their mouth shut.
Oh, if the question is about like having a computer built for you, I've actually never done that before. I've always built my own machines, but I have decided that my next one is going to be pre-built because now, like, I need my computer for work, and it's my worst fear that something goes wrong with it, and I have to do a whole bunch of troubleshooting to find out what in the heck it is. I don't remember the name of the company, but there's a popular streamer YouTuber called Fighting Cowboy. He did a video on his channel where he walked through his setup and he talked about the folks who made his computer. I looked on their website and the stuff that they did looked super slick. It looked really, really nice. So I think the next time I get a computer, I'm probably going to have it built by them and get it set up that way. But that's not cheap, though. It's not cheap by any stretch of the imagination. So building your own is out of the question. Absolutely. Then get it pre-built. Get it pre-built. No question. Well, totally either Ryzen 948 or the 50 series. Got you. I was thinking with blood transfusion, instead of having to stop when they move into melee range, you could just block while you keep draining. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility, but again, you could block with a wand, and a wand is going to help you much more because there are skills where just holding a wand is going to increase your spell power and increase your mana regeneration. Also, I would say that obviously you do what you want. You do whatever works for you. But in my opinion, using blood transfusion as your main mode of attack doesn't necessarily work well. Like, to me, what's really, really nice about blood transfusion is that you can hit an enemy once and then they immediately start bleeding, right? So they're going to be losing health, and you could take skills where it's easier to put a second debuff on an enemy once they have the first debuff on them, right? So you can do a light attack with blood transfusion, make an enemy bleed, and then 2 or 3 hits with a fireball. Now all of a sudden they're on fire and they're bleeding and on fire at the same time. That's going to melt through their health. That's the way I feel like it really works when you're using blood transfusion. Just having one hand using blood transfusion like at all times, if that's fun for you, if that's what you want to do, by all means, go for it. But the effectiveness of it, I don't know.
You finally get it. It's just a pity that there are so few like
Also
us.
been recommended Origin
Well,
site.
just have to keep going.
Got you.
And while we're at it, I have to get back to work. I'm on duty.
Build a PC is not really hard. That's true. It's not hard, and I've always done it, but if it's your first time, I would say it ain't exactly easy anyway. It's basically Legos for adults. It's basically, hey, figuring out how these things fit and putting this puzzle together for adults. You can't block while you're using a spell, can you? I believe you can actually exist. What's up, dude? Oh, yeah, okay. Wands are OP then. Yep. You can, but remember that blocking uses up stamina. So it's not like you could just stay blocking forever. Ooh, this is hard. Okay. Like so. Whoops. I shouldn't have went in here. Because he went in here. Yep. Exit out. Shields are much better at blocking than wands, so there's some validity to that. They're much better at blocking than wands if you are going to invest in blocking, right? But if you're not going to invest, if you're really investing in magic and you're just blocking as like a secondary way of dealing with enemies, then wands are no worse than shields. Are there... Well, why are you up on me really fast? Are there touch ring spells? Yes. So the spell, I forgot what the name of it, but there's a spell where the heavy version of it releases like a whole stream of fire that you can hit multiple enemies with. The light version of it is just like a touch ring spell that hits enemies with fire damage in melee range. Is there a crime system? Yeah, it's kind of goofy. There is a system where if the guards catch you stealing, they will throw you in jail, and they'll also take everything that you've stolen and make you put it back. But the weird thing is there's no, at least in the version of the game that I played, there was no fence in Act 1. So you could steal all this stuff, but you couldn't sell it to anybody. I couldn't sell it to a person until I got to Act 2. That might be something that they've changed now, but we'll see. What company made the PC? I don't remember, Fisher. That's what I was saying. I remember that I was impressed with the company. I was like, when I get my PC made, I'm going to do it with them, but I don't remember their name. If you're going to block, go heavy into the shield tree. Right, exactly. If you're going to block a lot, then it makes sense to invest in shields. But investing in shields is not going to help you with magic, and it's probably not going to help you actually deal damage to enemies. So how much synergy is there between a shield and a magic build? That depends on the player. Maybe you can find that synergy. The only thing you could really mess up if you're careful is putting in the CPU. That's the only part I hate. Yeah. How do you block and use a spell? Early on, the game tells you in the tutorial that's impossible, I believe. So is that just outdated info? Well, let me try it. Hold on. Playing Tainted Bell, such a breath of fresh air after Oblivion Remaster. Enemies can actually hurt me now. You got to be a monster in Oblivion, I take it. Let's see. So in one hand, what's the problem? Oh, I put all the rest of those shields away. Rest of the spells away. That's what happened. All right, here. Hold on. There's a spell called Merlin's Thorn, Vakar. I don't know if that really answers your question, though. Go back here. Ember. Okay, now do this. Right hand, fire. So we got fire in one hand, right? All right, so I am holding with this hand. Oh, wait, here. So doing that. Oh, it looks like, so it looks like what happens if I'm holding on to this spell, right, to do the heavy attack, and then I press block, it interrupts my spell casting and it refunds the mana. Like, look, I used all this mana in order to be able to hold on to the spell so I could direct it. But then if I start blocking with the shield, it cuts off the spell and then it refunds all the mana to me. So that's an interesting system. What do you think is more fun, Oblivion Remaster or this game? It depends on what's important to you. Obviously, this game has more updated graphics, and this game has a much greater focus on difficulty, right? So it's going to be difficult for you for a longer period of time. But Oblivion has way more content. Way more content. So if the most important thing to you is getting the best bang for your buck that you possibly can, then I would say you should purchase Oblivion, right? Or get it for free if you've got Game Pass. But Oblivion has way more content than this, and frankly, Avowed as well. Like, there's no contest. What's up, Robert? How far are we? Slide always look pretty decked out. Nah, I'm just at the beginning, dude. I've only been playing for a couple hours, but I've already played the game before, so I have a good idea about how to move forward in it. Flame Torrent. There we go. Yep. Flame Torrent is the spell I was thinking of. Spell so far, you just want somebody to go palm blast. Is that Captain America shield in the room behind you? Yes, sir. It's nice having a brother who knows you well. My little brother sent me the helmet of Sauron from Lord of the Rings, a Captain America shield, and that's Thor's hammer right in front of it. All three of those came from him. Love him and appreciate him. Can you tap the spell when blocking? No. No, it's either one or the other. Not a challenge, but the balance is a bit whack. I was stomping bosses in Act 1, but as soon as I got into Act 2, I got hit by a random group of normal enemies right after the door. I got mollywopped when I first got to Act 2, especially those dryads. Oh man, they were brutal. Brutal. I was like, yo, is there something wrong with my build? It was a while before Act 2 finally felt regular again for me. What's going on, Insane? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. Someone is going to be very curious while their books where he ain't gonna say a word. When you have a shield equipped in the tree, the first perk is increased physical damage by whatever percentage, not magical. Imagine doing a read all running this game. So happy that getting this game looks good. I agree. Rug is fabulous. What was your thoughts on the whole chanting music thing during the cutscene talking about Arthur's history? I personally love that scene. So cool. I love that scene, and I think King Arthur's theme is fantastic. Like the rest of the music in this game, I'm just so on. It's not all that great, but that music for King Arthur specifically, great. It's really, really great. We run into the city with the way Wildfire was whooping me. Yeah, man. Yeah. It was brutal.
Safe? No.
It was brutal.
Safer than most.
Honestly, on some level, I felt like it was even worse in Act 3 because even though from like a combat perspective, I was able to deal with the enemies easier in Act 3. When I started Act 3, there was no marker saying, hey, here's where the major town is where you can get supplies and rest without worrying about the evening and all that stuff. So I spent like a good hour, dude, running around just trying to figure out where the hell is home base so that I can set up and know what I'm supposed to do. I hope it's not still that same way when people get to Act 3, because frankly, I didn't like that experience.
But also,
Will say you prefer the vibe of this game over Oblivion. Why is that, Elric? The people in this game look severely sleep deprived or drug addicted. That's a fact. What's up with the dark red lines by their eyes? Everybody looks like it's been a while since they got a good night's rest. And I think that feels appropriate. Like they're all in a very, very desperate situation. So it makes sense to me. Song of that sing is called Ymir. Yeah, I actually looked it up on YouTube. All right, apparently. I don't know if the song was made by them for the game or if the devs asked for permission. I believe the devs got permission to use it. More dark fantasy? Yeah, definitely. I've been sleep deprived too if the weirdness was out there at night. Exactly, JV.
what do you mean?
Exactly. Like, to me, it makes complete sense that these people look the way that they do.
I'm afraid you are attributing too many characteristics to me based
It's a good way to flavor the universe.
The horns of the south.
Absolutely. When you look at this face, this looks like a guy who's been through some shit. Who's seen some things he ain't never gonna forget.
So it's your word against the word.
No doubt about it. You just go to Walmart at midnight to deal with weirdness. Let's see.
Kai's blessings know no bounds.
I want to help him out even if he's a bad guy. Exactly. I'm glad this red piece has been through a lot of stuff. Whoa! They changed the symbol for Mother's Embrace. That's nice. Okay. Oh, it takes 5 spirituality to use Impenetrable Shield. I was thinking that Impenetrable Shield might be nice for a more melee-centric build. Helps to keep some of the damage off. Okay. This game sort of gives a lot of Warhammer Fantasy vibes, aesthetic wise, just without the guns. You can't tell me Arthur doesn't look like a Chaos Chosen. Yeah, you can make that case for sure. Oh, I didn't even realize I never realized blueberries could be picked. I never picked blueberries in my whole game. I wonder if they added that in. That's interesting. The game's there's a whole quest line in Act 1 of a guy who got hit with a curse while sleeping in the weirdness. I'm staying awake. Exactly. It makes complete sense that these people look like they have not slept in months. Very, very appropriate. I think playing this with the release version will maybe change some things of how you feel, Slandered. I'm playing the release version. Yeah, it might. We'll see. I played I finished this game already, but they gave the game to me 1 week before it came out, and they were still updating the game as I was playing. So the version customers got was actually much more updated and different from the version that I have been playing through. How are the choice and consequences for this? The quests are extremely well written. There's a lot of choice. I wouldn't say consequence, right? It's not like this type of game where somebody would have helped you, but you pissed them off so they don't, or it's not a game about consequences for you. It's a game about consequences for the people impacted by the things that you do, right? So as opposed to like Mass Effect, it's the choices are going to have a more direct impact on what's happening with you. This isn't that type of game. Like, you're going to be fine regardless. It's just you're going to have to choose who you do and do not screw over along the way. But again, I feel like the game is extremely well written. Very, very happy with how deep and complicated some of the quest lines were. I felt like they did a really, really good job. The compressor is on strong. Yeah, you know what? I've been noticing that sometimes when I'm editing my videos. I'm going to have to look at that. I might have to raise the compressor up some so it stops cutting in like that.
Another mouth to feed. Teargas must have been off his rocker if he thinks
I love impacting the lives of non-existent peasants.
I'm serious. If we don't open the keep soon, we'll have to start eating rats.
Well, that'd be unfortunate.
In a way that makes you think it's chicken.
What the hell is going on back there? Is that supposed to be there? I don't remember him having that stuff on his shoulders.
It's a good thing you didn't start with calm down.
I rated convince the necromancer office.
Because our gracious sovereigns recently decided to let in a bunch of refugees from the villages. They say they're running from the weirdness, but who knows?
And the more detailed I can pack their lives, the better. Exactly.
And since the captain ordered the letdown of our keep, the supplies are dwindling a lot faster than I'd like. Of course, I can make you 1,000 different dishes based on fish and grouts. But come on, even the keepers need some variety in their lives.
Just a tad bit. Can you teach me some?
This is new. Maybe we'll get along after all. The dimwits here never want to learn.
Where do I go to get a good meal?
Piss me off, aren't you? If you don't like my food, then get lost. Stop wasting my time.
Well, geez. Where can I find them? Have you listened to the museum curator? I went through his whole spiel thinking I'd get some kind of gag achievement. Yeah, I did. I listened to the whole thing and got jack squat.
Then go sit there for a week or two, if you're such an adventurer. Let's see if boredom doesn't kick you in the ass first. Hell no. I'd rather stay useful here than drop dead at my stove than waste.
Hey, it's nothing like loving what you do.
If someone's still fit to work but chooses to laze around all day instead, they should be kicked out, not rewarded with free beer.
That's one way to look at things.
Well,
what do you need?
An adventurer, are you? I'm good for now. But if you find something interesting, you can drop it off here.
I don't remember.
As a sign of goodwill, I'll allow you free reign of my kitchen. If you need to
I could already cook at my bonfire, but sure. I don't remember. Yeah, they still have a good way for you to know if you've already read a book, right? Like, that's always annoys me. What's going on? Are those horns supposed to stick out like that? I don't remember that at all. That's so, wait, they're sticking out of like his damn throat. Nah, that's not supposed to happen. I was thinking that was supposed to happen. I was like, what is going on? Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. That's weird. I already went through all his cabinets and stuff before I started talking with him. That's super odd. I was like, you almost got a Krogan vibe going on, bro. Well, thank you. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, you just got a bunch of crap around you. Not that I need to feel all that close to. Till I got a horn in my neck. It's a birthmark. Come on, dude. Turn your face. There you go. Thank you. Oh, it's hard. I didn't realize that. There we go. That's why I have so many problems with it. We're good. We're good now. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh. Look at you providing me with a bunch of things that I like. Oh, that's right. You got the little smuggler. Yeah, smuggler dagger here. We'll sell all that. We're not doing a dagger type of deal here. But thank you. Thank you so much. Short bow, I'll take that. Short sword, I'll take that. Mm-hmm. There we go. Is this Scrolls like more like Oblivion or Skyrim in terms of gameplay? Lockpicking looks more like Skyrim, definitely, but pretty curious how one would compare this to each. What do you see as the major difference between Oblivion and Skyrim? Hat, what's going on? Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, dude. Glad you're enjoying the content, man. I think I have an unfortunate bug where I keep getting repeats of Arthur's memories. Ooh, like it'll show the same dialogue option. Also, the dialogue options don't match up what he talks about. That's something I definitely saw during my playthroughs. Did you submit the bug so that they know about it? Sometimes doesn't play anything, but still takes a whisper.
If you're here to see the healer,
wow.
He's a
whack
quack and a butcher who likes to watch people suffer.
I would say there are a few major differences. Leveling based skills. Combat is a little different in each, especially in terms of magic.
I came to him with a toothache, asked him to make me something for the pain, and you know what he did?
So leveling based skills. This game does allow your skills to level based on usage. However, I would say that system really doesn't matter. You get a massive amount of XP from completing quests, and the rate at which your skills increase is extremely slow. So for example, you can get a horse in this game. I never use my horse. I got on it once to just so that I could have it, and so the game would know that I have it, and then I never used it again. And yet still, so everywhere I ran, still by the end of my game, I had maybe like a 70 on athletics. The only skill that I actually maxed out was magic. I got magic to 100. I lockpicked literally everything in the game, stole everything I could in the game. My lockpicking skill by the end was like 65. So you get some XP, but considering all that, I still got to level 62, right? And I had a unseemly amount of points to put into all of the different skills. So yes, you can level your skills, but it's really not the end all be all as far as whether or not you're a powerful combatant. Hardcore Mo, what's going on, man? Appreciate the 5 gifted subs, dude. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the support. Glad you're enjoying the content, dude. So does that kind of answer your question, Robert? Does that help you like understand that? You said combat is a little different in each, especially in terms of magic. I feel like this game has combat that challenges you more than Oblivion or Skyrim. In both Oblivion and Skyrim, you can get to the point very, very quickly that you're pretty much massacring enemies unless you go to the very highest difficulty. I'm playing on just regular old normal, and I have to be really, really careful, and enemies are bashing me around, right? So this is a game where like it prides itself on stretching the player, whereas Skyrim is really all about freedom and allowing you to feel like you could just go anywhere and do anything. It's not about making you feel challenged while you're going out and about. And so whether or not that's better or worse for you depends on what you want from the experience. If challenge is what's most important to you, then Tainted Grail is better. But if challenge is not what's most important to you, and instead you are interested in the breadth of content, like how much content and how many dungeons is this game throwing at me, then you're going to prefer Oblivion and Skyrim, because this game is made by 30 people. It's an indie team. It's not nearly at the same level of scope that the other Elder Scrolls games have been. Grumbo, what's going on, man? Appreciate you signing up with me over on Twitch, dude. The horse feels so bad. Look at the NPC's right hand. He has a pipe. Yeah, I noticed that. Can he find a bathroom to smoke it? He's smoking right on his guard duty spot. Hey, man, we all do what we got to do to get by. Skyrim magic's a lot more similar to this game, since Oblivion has the dedicated cast button, but this and Skyrim have spells take a slot. Magic is great, but melee can be a nightmare. Yep, no problem, Robert. Didn't want to rob skooma addicts for an hour to get my lock picking up. Is giant dad build possible in this game? Not really. You can still be great in melee, though. Thanks, Hardcore, man. Appreciate it. Also, Oblivion lets you be 100% invisible and then be immortal because the AI cannot see you. Yeah, and there's no mechanic that gives you the same effect in this game. I don't think, I'm not sure if invisibility is even, you know what? There are a couple of skills that you can trigger invisibility with, but I don't think there's anything where, like, press a button and all of a sudden you're invisible. Tainted Grail isn't really Elder Scrolls. It's Gothic with a first-person perspective. What's going on, Gladio? Yeah, I've never played Gothic. I've only played the demo for the new version of it that they dropped a couple of months back, but I've never played the original version of Gothic, so I can't make that comparison, but you're definitely not the first person I've heard say that this game reminds them a lot of Gothic.
Heber took the recipe from me. And even if I had the recipe,
what does hype chest mean?
If I don't know how to make it, I shouldn't have it. And that he doesn't
no idea what that is, Elric.
Medicine spreading through the keep.
Now hold on. If I press open on this, so it says I have a hype chest. What does that mean? Who's this diva emote? Sure, share. So what, am I supposed to open the hype chest and then share the emote? I've never understood how these hype chests work, what that's supposed to do. Well, that's in America, one of me. I'll be on the horse at max speed, they accidentally hit E, and I'll suddenly be running alongside the horse at the exact same speed. It's only useful if you're encumbered and far from the stash. Exactly, that's what I figured as well. Like, and the maps aren't massive like that, where you really, like in Skyrim, you really wanted that horse because there were long distances that you need to cover. I never felt that way in Tainted Grail.
You will.
Fight magic is really good, but melee needs almost no investment, especially at the start. My gear is all like spell counter, this, mana, that. Meanwhile, with some strength, you pick up a two-hander and it wrecks. So, JV, do you feel like two-handed builds are actually stronger than magic builds in this game? Or are you referring to Elder Scrolls? Gothic is insanely wild. You would love it. Only problem is the graphics sold. It feels like a 1960s game. Maybe not great for streaming. Larian remake of Gothic, please. Well, you know, there's a developer working on a complete remake of Gothic. Like, they've completely updated all the graphics and everything. I put a video up with my thoughts on the demo that they dropped for that game. It definitely looks interesting. Meaning Tainted Grail, I one-shot most things on medium with the fireball.
Oh, sorry. Do I know you? I'm terrible with faces.
In this game, I'm using both two-handers and magic as rings and status support. Most of my investment is in magic. Two-handed does more damage. And oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to play around with two-handed.
Trying to make sense of. I guess I'll find out when I try it.
I'm not like the fireball yet, so your mileage may vary. The fireball was amazing.
Don't worry, I'm not.
Giant Dad is a build in Dark Souls where you wield a huge weapon, a mask of weight increase, and armor where it increases your poise so you can attack without getting staggered. Really?
I follow myself.
That's interesting. There's a potion in this game. Yeah, you know what? No, that's not really the same thing. So I would say, yes, it is somewhat possible to do that, but not on the same level. There are some skills that specifically deal with, if I remember correctly, you can't be pushed around. You can't essentially be staggered. I'm sorry, some skills you can get that will do that. And there's a potion that can make it where you don't lose stamina for a particular stretch of time. So if you add all that together, you could probably try to recreate what it seems like that effect is. Those glasses make plenty of sense to him. They help him with his eyesight immensely.
It takes true guts to face the
early on in the game, when I didn't have many spells or levels, I would hot swap from the two spells I did have to a two-handed weapon with no stat requirements, and even that early, it was amazing. Really, I never used two-handed weapons. I will have to try it out. Yeah, my fireball does like 300, 350, and it's called Scorching Blaze, but it's like a fireball. Poster's called Last Stand. Nice.
I was classically trained in the proper art of medicine by the scholars of Camelot. The things they do here, they make no sense. No sense at all. Most of this stuff shouldn't even be effective. Yet it seems to work wonders on these simple-minded, tough-bodied people here in the South. Shipments from Camelot are late, so...
the life of a physician.
If I'm not able to treat them, they'll start complaining.
Yeah, I don't know how this game compares to like the true Dark Souls games. I know a lot of people call it Souls Light, but when I play it, I don't feel like the experience. I'm getting the experience that I felt like people were getting when I watched them play Elden Ring. But people who play Souls games seem to feel comfortable saying that this is Souls Light. But I think it leans much more to Elder Scrolls than it does it to Dark Souls. Appreciate the gameplay stream. Hey, Robbie, it's good to be back, man. Yeah, I'm happy to be playing it, dude. Glad you're enjoying it.
Sleep feels like a waste.
He needs antiseptic. His arms.
Fortunately, back in Camelot,
I didn't even notice that. That might be, I think that's supposed to be the visual representation of the Red Death. He might be showing the beginning stages of Red Death.
Every physician needs his secrets.
That's just the bonfires and a bit of the dodge mechanic. I want leadership to know. This game feels a lot like Gothic to me because of the silliness.
Well, you'll feel like you died and came back to life, only to die again. So you either take the next dose or endure it. I can endure it because I don't have a post to attend to. But our brave soldiers, well, that'd be risky.
Risky!
Well, they already trust my word. I'll be sure to deny everything. Moreover, I'm in the position to raise my prices.
It's more like Elder Scrolls in gameplay, more like Dark Scrolls in darker setting. Right. Definitely really cool though. This might not work out this way, but what I'm really hoping for, to be honest.
Why would you though?
So they just released it now, right? And let's say they do 1 to 2 years of DLC. And then they're going to work on the sequel, right? So I would say, let's tentatively, that we can expect the next Tainted Grail game to come out in around 6 years. And I think that's just around the timeline where the next Elder Scrolls games should be coming out. I would love to see a year where we get Elder Scrolls 6, and in that same year, we get Tainted Grail 2 from a company, from an Awakened Realms developer who has a lot more money to use, has a lot more support and investment, and can really make Tainted Grail everything that they want it to be. And I think it would be fascinating to compare those two experiences, because even right now, I feel like Tainted Grail compares very favorably to Elder Scrolls, but it's obvious Bethesda has been able to put so much more investment in that there's a scope of content in Elder Scrolls that this game doesn't really hold a candle to. But if they were able to pump more resources into it and really make the scope of the game compare to an Oblivion or a Skyrim, it would be fascinating to see the modern updated version of this versus the very best modern updated version of Elder Scrolls that Bethesda is currently capable of.
Back at the Academy, I found an ancient scroll written by the Druids.
Bro, another 6 years to Elder Scrolls 6? I think so. It's been over 10 years since Skyrim. Yeah, I feel like that's the timeline they provided, where they said it would be around 6 years. Gonna have grandchildren. Time year 7 comes out, yeah.
Within a stone circle.
What's up, Animosity? This game is so peak. I slammed out 10 hours today. Yeah, I'm having a great time with it. I think it's a really, really awesome game. Contrast, super dark atmosphere, then gives you a turn people into cheese spell. Yeah.
That's an excellent question.
Mobility-wise and combat, this game is a lot like Mortal Sin, which is a big emphasis on a similar dashing mechanic. Two games are very different, otherwise my muscle memory kicked in for movement. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So I was supposed to mention, whereas hats, tower shields, and massive weapons. Well, they got massive weapons in this game. I never saw any tower shields, though. And there might be massive hats, but I would have ignored them because I was strictly going for light armor or armor that helps with magic.
Isn't it obvious? I'm the only medic they have here at the Horns. I'd like to see
what's the modability of Tainted Grail? Most of the hype and enjoyment of Oblivion Skyrim is from the player mods, not the actual game itself. They did add mod tools, and the developers did do some other things as well to try to motivate more people to mod the game. So supposedly it's very moddable, but the question will be is there enough of a passionate fan base where modders invest and update the game and add cool things to it that give it the lifespan that you're talking about? I have no idea if it's going to get that. No idea.
Well, that's what's bound to happen.
You sneak attack one-shot a boss? Nice. What sort of attack did you use to sneak attack? Was it melee or did you use archery?
In Camelot, maybe, but this far south, nobody cares. I've spent my entire life digging through scrolls and books.
They're like, whatever, dude. You're weird, but we're not gonna knock you for it. We all got something.
Look, I'm sure they were onto something.
I keep an eye on this game. I hope modders go to town on it. Me too, man. Me too. I hope they get everything they want out of this game, for sure. For sure. Oh, you sneak attack with a fireball. Oh, yeah, that's always fun. That's always fun. I don't, you know what? I did come pretty close to one-shotting bosses before using that. It's fun. No doubt about it. It's a Unity game. As long as it's well structured, players be able to break it down to its core components. It depends on player will. Exactly. How motivated are people to do things with this game?
He's
suffering.
He has a toothache.
This game was apparently a board game first. It's either a board game or a card game. I'm not sure which, but yeah, there was something that came first. Well, there was Tainted Grail Conquest, which my understanding is a card game. A card video game, but then there's also the board game that all of this is based on. I've never played it though, so I can't comment on whether or not it's any good. Draco, what's going on, man? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch.
I had to confiscate the recipe as well, lest he tries making it himself.
Oh, look at that. I finally hit a follower goal. Appreciate you all. I'm now up at 870 followers on Twitch. Slowly but surely getting there and achieving my goals. Thank you so much, everyone who's contributed to that.
Myself clear. If you want an excuse to drink yourself to oblivion on moonshine, just drink the moonshine. No need to add other potentially dangerous ingredients. Well,
like what?
To be fair, the base recipe is pretty harmless. But what if someone decides that if they don't have carnation, it's perfectly fine to substitute it with devil's snare, since the color is more or less the same? Sage with wolfsbane,
That would be disturbing.
you know, leaves are leaves.
Cyberpunk ruined my perspective on games like these, unfortunately, since that game's perk system was so well done after its rework. Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier. Supposedly, the way perks and skills were reworked is just amazing in that game. I can't wait to try it out. Unfortunately, I've got I got a bunch of games in my backlog I got to get through. I might not even be able to play Cyberpunk this year, but if I can, then I definitely want to go ahead and check that out and see what the hype is about. Who's rushing and that? Nah. All right. Let's see. Hey, look at that. They'll let us craft this. And there we go. And we'll give this to you. And ancient scroll. He on the pod? No, he's got chair bottle.
You're back.
So it looks like there's a crafting system too. Do you need recipes to craft things first? Yes, you do. So there's actually a pretty extensive crafting system. There's 4 parts to it. 1, you can make potions. 2, you can cook your own food, and that's important because cooked food will slowly regenerate your health. So it's the best way to regenerate health outside of combat, whereas health potions that you make in alchemy are the best way to regenerate your health in combat. There's also handcrafting, which is basically blacksmithing, allowing you to create your own equipment, upgrade your equipment, add relics to your equipment that'll give you special features like maybe a sword that sets enemies on fire, things of that nature. And you can reduce the weight of your equipment using that system. And then finally, if you wanted to, you can get a fishing rod, and anytime you're standing near water, you can fish. I never fish. There's no reason to fish. You can loot a bunch of fish as you're just going throughout your day-to-day, but the other 3 I use on a very regular basis.
Thank you. I'll finally be able to eat something.
Every perk was pretty much just a percent game in Cyberpunk. But after the rework, almost every perk actually gives a functional benefit or even entirely new abilities, which is really fun. Oh, wow, that's interesting. That's really cool. Mace, what's up, man? No, I would say to get through, like, if you just wanted to play the game, I would say it's like 50 or 60 hours. If you want to play the whole thing, like complete everything, it'll probably take you somewhere in the range of 70 to 80 hours. But it's not, regardless, it's not a 100-hour game. Ha! Wither, what's up, dude? How are you, man? Oh, it's good to see you, dude. You need 150 woods for the repairs in the village. Yeah, I know. And I think I still need to buy a woodcutter's axe now that I think about it. Let me check over here again. My favorite perk system in the game, especially since perks, not stats, are fully refundable. Oh, really? Oh, that isn't even, I don't think that's even a woodcutting axe, though. Let me check that again. Is that a woodcutting axe that I'm using right now? I don't have a woodcutting axe. So what is this axe that it's using? Is it a one-handed one? Oh, here we go. What is this? A rusty, right, it's a rusty broad axe. Interesting. You have a lot more viewers on YouTube than on Twitch. That's true. That seems like usually me. Usually Twitch has more. I only started streaming on Twitch in the last year or so. So I've been on YouTube a lot longer. I've been on YouTube for 4 years, and I've always focused a lot on long form content. Whereas if you're focusing on streaming, you need to do more as far as short form content to advertise the streams that you're doing. I haven't done a good job of that. And so consequently, I don't have as many people on Twitch, but slowly but surely I'll get there. Slowly but surely.
Again. The pledge today was
Also,
very
you're going to do
interesting,
another
wasn't it?
Road Trader one once the DLC lands in a week or two? You already know it. You already 110% know it. Subway Sir Ja. I talked with her once on the asylum. She got added to my journal and I haven't seen her again. Yep, I haven't seen her either. I know in early access she's shipwrecked, but was she entirely cut or do you meet her later on? I never met her later on. The guy I met, but the lady, no, I never met her. So I don't know what's up with that. I wouldn't buy a woodcutting axe anyway, since I find bandits with them all the time. Good point. 8 hours seems doable. I'm circling back to Avowed right now to beat Obscura and KCD2. Still need to beat Veilguard too. I need to beat KCD2. I never beat that game.
Steward Orla will let me
Love
know
your
when
recent
more
conversation with
arrives.
Outcat. Oh, thanks, Wyvern. That was super exciting. Well deserved. I appreciate it, dude. All roads lead to Dark Heresy. You know it. Twitch Harvey. Yeah, I plan to go deep into Dark Heresy for sure. Thanks, Wyvern. I appreciate it, man. You have a good night, bro. Take care. Outcat are amazing people, man. Yeah, I think they're really cool. My favorite developer right now, for sure. Still need to do a Pathfinder playthrough? I highly recommend it, man. Also, I'm early in the game too, but I think I might have found like Merlin or something. This guy named Hob, yep, I remember Hob was speaking all cryptic, so I hit him and he poofed it to smoke. Really? I never hit him. Wow. I never even thought about hitting him.
Just as we agreed.
That's interesting. Okay. Let's need a class that's reliable and high-end damage. Any class with a pet absolutely wreck shop in Wrath of the Righteous. When you say Pathfinder, I don't know if you're referring to Kingmaker or Wrath of the Righteous, but actually it doesn't matter. All of them, all of the pet classes in either one of those games, just amazing. Absolutely amazing, for sure.
Sensitive documents at the bar.
For sure.
Documents with Captain Fergus seal.
We stand
but not necessarily sealed by him.
Hedge, what's going on, man? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch.
Can't really go there right now. Could you get them back for me? I'm sure it won't be too much of a problem.
Sure. I'll do it.
Splendid. When you have the documents, meet me at the third crowing.
Exactly, Robert. Like, damn. How many people was he going around hitting? with that type of perspective. Damn.
What a nice day.
The moral story is to assault people who speak cryptically, basically. If you don't know how to talk to me clearly, then I'm gonna have to mess you up, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I do not know what to tell you. And he put this, both that sounds illegal. Merlin, real life legend, had a habit of shapeshifting into old men for some reason. So I thought he might be a reference to that. Seems like he was. And I think the whole disappearing Aki pool proved me right. I would tend to agree with you, sir. Looks like you figured something out. That's actually kind of cool. I wonder if the fact that you did that means he will show up again for you somewhere down the line. I'm hoping that I just missed out on some Easter eggs or something that would have given me more roundtable content. Well, old man shapeshift to another old man. Hey, man. Everybody's got their preferences.
Have you been to see the refugees? I can't believe Paul.
I'm doing a playthrough on Wrath of the Righteous. I need a recommendation for a divine class to play. I want to try a necro angle if possible. So wait, what mythic path do you want to go down, and what sort of mechanics do you want for your class? Demon Slayer is unquestionably, Elric, one of the best classes in the game. You punch a middle patient, he pulls his ball. You might be the middle patient.
Hey, what a mess.
Oh, you want to play as an angel character who has access to necromancy?
They were looking for shelter from,
well,
everything that's been happening here. Bandits, the weirdness, the Del Reader, Hunger.
So
I was happy Fergus let them in.
Angel merges its mythic spell book with cleric and oracle. If I remember correctly, I don't remember the name of it, but there's a cleric who can become evil aligned and will consequently get evil aligned spells, and that might give you the necromancy type of playthrough experience that you're looking for. Ooh, and you know what? I think it's been so long since I was deep in Wrath of the Righteous, but I think Angel can also combine its spells with Druid. And Druid most certainly has the ability to use some of those necromancy related spells. So that could be another route as well.
Wait, if you ever meet Patrice,
you could do a reanimator, which is a really cool, one of the newer classes are really cool, but it's not going to be able to combine its spellbook with Angel, and that's a really, really powerful feature.
There are more of us who do.
Yep, no problem, Hughes. I was the crazy man all along. With Johnny Silverhand and now this, we need a trope day for RPGs where you have an old dead man in your head. Yeah, many people are tired of it. Oh, they finally fixed this guy. There was a guy that would just stand there at all times. It was so annoying. Angel charisma with access to Necro is kind of weird. Angel character, it would probably be fine, but likely suboptimal. Would be better just go Lich or instead use cleric spells. That's true. I mean, obviously, Lich is the best option for Necromancer, but I assume Hughes has already made a decision that that's not the route he wants to go. So I don't judge people for what they prefer. I just try to give them whatever information I can to help. Oh, God. Evil domain cleric raise undead. Yep, that's exactly what I told him, Icarus. I mean, Lich was one of my favorite ways to play Wrath of the Righteous, to be frank. In fact, I'm pretty sure when I did the live stream of it, that was the first direction that we went. We played through as Lich. In fact, the game was super, super broken, and people started reaching out to be concerned, like, hey, everybody who's trying to play Lich is not able to, they're not able to finish the game. So go through your playthrough slow, and maybe by the time you get to the end, it'll be all good. And that's exactly how it worked out. By the time I got to the end game, all those little issues have been already cleared up, thankfully. Lich mechanically is very fun, but having to lose a bunch of companions always turns you off. Yep, I 100% agree on both points. I feel like Lich is a great time, but it's not just that you lose your companions, it's that the undead companions that you get are totally silent. And so they don't do nearly enough to make up for the fact that you don't have access to those party members. And that, for me, really, really damages the overall experience. If the undead party members you get at least spoke and had some more content, it would feel much different. Now, I say that, but I'm not necessarily of a mind that that's something that should change, or like that's a mistake that Alcat made. Because at the end of the day, from a role-playing standpoint, the idea of, hey, you live this very lonely, isolated life as the Lord of the Undead, and you don't really have any friends, you don't really have anybody to speak to, I think that's kind of legit, to be honest with you. And so it's kind of 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. Who cares about viability and min-maxing if you can't have fun? I agree, Eric. I was thinking of Evil Domain Crusader Cleric with Lich or Angel Mythic Path. If you're thinking Lich or Angel, I would definitely recommend that you go with Lich for a Necromancer. Lich is going to give you a supreme Necromancer experience. And it's just great fun all the way around. So definitely for the type of playthrough you're talking about doing, I would recommend going with Lich. What's going on, Ian? I haven't decided on a build for this game yet. I think I'm going to go two-handed, though, because people in the chat are making it sound very enticing. I still think my melee, Lich, and Wrath is my favorite run out of all that you did. Oh, really? Nice. Lich Path Sorcerer was so cool, going from a squishy character to a powerhouse thanks to charisma being your HP. Wrath of the Righteous Lich is so epic and memorable. I deeply felt the evil and the sacrificial nature of it. Yeah, I feel like that whole experience is going to be very difficult for Owlcat to top. I love Rogue Trader. I definitely have appreciated it, and I played a lot of it. I don't feel like it's better than Wrath of the Righteous. And honestly, although I'm once again expecting to really enjoy Dark Heresy, I'm again not expecting to love it more than Wrath of the Righteous, because Wrath gave you such a sense of progression and such a sense of achieving true power that it would be hard for any game to replicate that feeling.
Just to get some peace.
I deeply felt the evil and the sacrifice of Nightfall. In my opinion, the game really needed a few more unapologetically evil companions like Jaethal and Kingmaker. I certainly wouldn't have turned it down. Vicar, yeah, I enjoyed playing Swarm from the standpoint of doing content for it. I thought the content was amazing, but as far as playing through it, again, you lose your party members. It's annoying. Very annoying. Hold up there. Oh, cut off hand. Oh, increased sneak attack damage. Isn't that nice? What's up, Silver? How are you, dude? Enticing two-head. They keep saying it's amazing. Didn't have the stomach to play Swarm. That's even more evil than Lich. Swarm is absolutely one of the most evil playthroughs I've ever experienced in a game. Nothing will compare to the power scale in Wrath. It's going to be hard for anything to do so, Sam. I agree. Just finished Act 1 going full magic on veteran. Honestly, I'm too overpowered. I wish I had gone two-handed or something. We'll probably end up switching. So how are you using magic, and why do you feel like it's overpowered? For the lifesteal, two-handed is kind of overpowered too in Tainted Grail. Yep, that's what somebody else was saying. Also, get rid of them grid squares. Silver, whoa, 6 months? That's awesome, dude. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. Lich Path with unlocking best secret ending, God of Undeath. That's another thing that I hope they get back to in Dark Heresy that I really appreciated about the Pathfinder games. Those secret endings were so amazing. They were amazing, and they were really difficult for you to unlock. What's up, Pseudo? Is Wrath of the Righteous story anywhere as good as Pillars? Very subjective, I understand, but what's your opinion? In my opinion, yes, it is better. Definitely. Wrath of the Righteous has a lot more alternative paths. Like, there are a lot of different ways it can go. And you can feel very radically different about the story just because of the perspective that you took. It has a specialization system called Mythic Paths that will have you try to achieve the becoming this higher tier creature, right? Like maybe you're trying to become an angel, or you're trying to become a lich, or you're trying to become a demon, right? Each one of those paths gives you a completely different perspective on the main story. And in some cases, you're going to be able to talk to characters who are going to be able to give you information in one path that you will never meet or even see in another path. Pillars doesn't give you that type of variety and those type of layers as far as how many different ways a story could go. Even though I love the Pillars series, I think it's absolutely amazing and some of the best CRPGs that have ever been made.
Damned if I know.
I felt powerful for most of Rogue Trader and just got broken powerful over time. See, the problem is, though, in Rogue Trader, for the majority of the game, you feel powerful dominating scrubs. Like, it's you're swarms of these low-level enemies are thrown at you, and you hack away at them with complete disregard. And then every so often, once in a blue moon, there's a really, really hardcore enemy that takes a lot for you to take on, right? Whereas in Wrath of the Righteous, a lot of the adversaries you go up against feel like hardcore, real, bona fide demons, and yet still you're finding a way to slaughter all of them. And usually putting together really competent mechanics and team-based approaches to combat that it's a joy to see come about by the time you get to the end of the game. Whereas a lot of people find the end game of Rogue Trader from a combat perspective to not be as fulfilling, because you can basically take one person and annihilate everything that's on your screen.
The medic and that red priest both came to see me.
Just dump everything into spell power and use a lightning spell. Ooh, Thunder Lash? Yeah. First Flicker Bolt and then Thunder Lash. I like Pillar Story better, but that's entirely subjective. There's the whole gods and kith meddling with souls, and the consequences really made it for me. Yep, everything is subjective. Wrath of the Righteous was a little bit too black and white for me. I got you. I got you. We're trying to become level 40. If you want to be Saturday morning, here you go. Here's some wine, bro. When you Saturday made a cartoon here, the Azada will give you that. Well, it'll give you a lot of options that each have a different flavor. Yep.
And steer clear of those
Rather in my next CRPG purchase. Looking forward to it. Absolutely, Pseudo. And there's a ton of Wrath of the Righteous related content on my channel. So if you have any issues with it, definitely I recommend checking that out. Most likely there's a video somewhere on my channel that'll give you what you need. That. Boom. I didn't like Pillar Story at all. It was so non-interactive. The main character has so little to do with the one-dimensional big baddie issue. I love Pillar Story, but I definitely agree that it's not as interactive as what you get from Wrath of the Righteous. In Wrath of the Righteous, what your character has been doing, what choices you've made matter a ton for the experience that you have. Whereas I don't feel like that's really true for Pillars of Eternity. But again, I love both games and I appreciate both games. Oh, actually, let me go back up here.
Always good to have a...
There we go. You're done. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? That was annoying. Okay. Can you be evil in this game? Kind of. Not really. It's not really a good and evil type of game. It's more so, hey, what do you decide you want to do? And that's just it. You can make a case for a lot of different things that people want to do. It's not clear cut. Return. Yeah, I'm not using that. 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 Equip. So not using that. Not using that. We're gonna give over that. Now I'm straight on that. I'm not sure about that. Definitely don't sell that. Boo, boo, boo. The armor, yeah, let that go. And there we go. Yeah, but I don't feel like it's right to say that siding with Camelot is evil. I don't feel like it's really that simple, because you can make a case that Camelot is more equipped to protect people and deal with the issues that are occurring than the tribes are. And so that therefore Camelot is right to say the tribes need to back off and follow what it is that we want to do. There should have been alternate paths for lichdom, like Forest Lich, where you bind your soul to a forest and wield nature-based spells, or an Arch Lich who uses light-positive spells. Yeah, people have talked about this before. They wanted kind of an expansion to what Lich allows you to do. I certainly wouldn't be against it. Where is... Did I need to go up a level? Is this it? There we go. This is it.
I should stay out of trouble.
I am sort of bummed about the Spellblade build situation in this game. Yeah, you can whack people with wands, but using a sword or something is just less viable with magic. Oh, why? Because you kind of have to split up your skill points? Is that what you're referring to?
Watch the feet.
Who's mine? Yours?
And my priceless seedlings.
I just like that archetype.
Nosiness will be
Just
the
seems
death.
like a dark game. Figured you could be a bad guy. Yeah, you can't be a real bad guy. It's not that type of experience.
Always.
Hmm.
I'm Owen, and this is what I do here.
Wrath of the Righteous is amazing. In Rogue Trade, I wanted to burn the heretics with bolters and fire, and I got just that from Death to the Heretics. Oh yeah.
It's safe. I can keep
When do
an eye
classes
on
start to get better and the pieces start to fall, you think? What you mean in Wrath? I prefer Wrath of the Righteous simply for the sheer amount of replayability. It's an insanely replayable game. I feel sometimes I get stumped by the sheer amount of choice, and I get overwhelmed with so much. That's true. It's better to approach Wrath with an idea of this is the type of character I'm going to play, and I'm sticking with that the entire game, because absolutely, there are 100 different ways you could go with your character. And if you allow yourself to get bogged down in all those decisions, you'll just drive yourself crazy.
No, I can handle a few seagulls. I'm not like that.
Rogue Trader systems were harder for me to understand in comparison to Wrath. Riskier, I've heard multiple people say that. I don't understand how. I feel like Rogue Trader was so much easier than Wrath of the Righteous. If for no other reason than everything in Rogue Trader works exactly the way it's written. Whereas in Wrath, there are mechanics that are not clearly explained at all, that you kind of have to just know this is how it works. To me, it's way more difficult.
My hole in your skull would be worth 1,000 words. I have everything I need.
You use the stone sword as the stone knights dropped in the catacomb stuff. Really, I remember those swords being like 50 pounds, and me quickly deciding, all right, yeah, I'm not gonna try that at all. You can always check Nexus Mods to look for additional content with Wrath of the Righteous, for sure.
Less attention, the better.
I personally think that the whole thing with Seawall wasn't that bad, since they signed up for a magic experiment and were for some reason surprised when magic went badly. Exactly. I don't think it's evil. I don't think it's as clear cut as good and evil at all. At all. There's a few can spoil the bunch, but I've learned that overgeneralized can be hard. Almost don't want them to make another Pathfinder game because Wrath set the bar so high from here on for it. I want them to make another Pathfinder game, but I say that with also the understanding that I don't believe that another Pathfinder game is going to top Wrath, right? Like, I'm just accepting that. And I want another Pathfinder game anyway. You know, I just want a good game. I don't want a game that's going to eclipse Wrath, because I don't think that's really possible for them. There's a decent bit of support for melee and magic. There's a perk that gives you health based on magic. There's the mana shield mechanic. I never really understood how the mana shield mechanic works. Like, there was a skill you could take while you're holding wands that it would give you more mana shield, but I've never saw anything in the game that actually indicated, okay, this is how much mana shield you have. Enemies wear this down before they get to your health. I didn't see that represented anywhere, and so it was hard for me to have faith in the overall mechanic.
You didn't see what they did to me a week ago. I was just standing watch as usual, and then suddenly, splat.
This is true that Galahad was burning people, but it is implied that this is not how all Galahads are like in history, since it seems the first Galahad and most recent are called out as particularly cruel.
I tell you,
okay, games been getting easier. Kingmaker was the hardest one. Yeah, I don't count Kingmaker as the hardest one because, like you said, it was due to wonky design. It wasn't because, hey, it was a truly hard game. I consider Wrath of the Righteous the most difficult game.
And I don't like how you seem to think I'm a fool. So, what now? Should I shit on you for that? I don't think so. I once managed to shoot a few. I thought they'd learned their lesson and wouldn't be flying over here anymore.
David, I agree that riding mounts into buildings is ridiculous and immersion breaking, but I still love it. And it's the player's decision whether or not they want to do it. You don't have to do it. Galahad is like a road trader. Free reign to do what he needs to do. Exactly.
Like the way crows are
Elric, King Arthur actually never leans one way or the other the entire game. Not until the very, very end, when you're making your final decision, does it become a little more clear what he believes and what he wants. But he doesn't. There's not a situation of where you sided with Camelot and all of a sudden King Arthur has a very angry conversation with you.
Thank you. I just need you to bring me some kind of a bird scare.
To my understanding, it takes a percentage of the damage you take, and instead you take that percentage to your mana bar instead. Mana shield takes a portion of your damage and applies it to mana instead. It's not another health bar. Interesting.
I'm not sure if there's anyone
Interesting. David, I would if I could. Galahad is one of the knights of the round table. You have to make a big decision to decide with him or not in this game. Yep, I know, Jeremy. There's subsets that let you stack up to 50% mana shields. That is really big since mana regenerates and health doesn't, right? Plus, if your mana is completely gone, that's not really a big deal.
Were you at the pledge?
Hard disagree. Man, you can't have games where you're riding elephants into small homes and shit. It doesn't make sense. It does make sense if the player is not forced to do this. You don't even have to have elephants. So if you have an elephant and you're riding on it into a building, that's because you've chosen to do it. It didn't have to be that way. So to me, I'm like, it all comes down to what sort of experience do you want for your playthrough? It is very easy for you to craft an experience that is not immersion breaking for you, but it also leaves open the possibility for other people to have this other experience if that's what they prefer. I don't think there's any issue with that. Simply don't address the elephant in the room. There you go. Exactly, JB. Exactly. I think I'll do 2 playthroughs. This one I'm sided with the horns. The next I'll go full Crusader and go with Camelot. Yeah, I'm really curious how much the game changes if you fully side with Camelot.
Yeah. Bandits, tribes, sodomol. Sleep, damn it, is the worst son of a bitch I ever fought.
You can always check next mod to look for additional count. They're 100 pounds. I assume King Arthur is pro rank. It's 100% possible I'm just an idiot and chose a poor pyromancer build, but I don't know. My brain just didn't want to work. If you played the game when it first released, pyromancer was trash. And that's definitely a big probably a big reason why you might not have had a good experience. They recently, like a few months ago, did a major buff for pyromancer, and it's much, much, much better now. Much better. Arthur let you have free will. Arthur absolutely let you have free will. Good choice. I don't write any mounts for that reason, but I perpetually online, and most builds recommend mounts for the tanks because mounts are durable. Oh, so I don't know. That part bothers me. Yeah, it's like when I was creating content, people would always say, oh, you know what this needs? You really need to dip it to monk. You know, if you're going to be a tank, you got to have some of those monk feats. And I'm like, bro, I don't want to dip it to monk. Leave me alone.
What? Listen, pal.
It's asleep in stream. Great stream. Definitely subscribe it. Hey, thank you somebody who exists. Appreciate it, man. Welcome to the channel. Hope to get to see more of you on some of my streams and on my videos. Take care, dude. Blade Dancer, Executioner, Pyro was super strong.
Excuse me? Those were local supplies for every keeper. Shit. Maybe I was stealing.
Right. You need monk dips and a pet class. Exactly. Exactly. That's what people would say over and over and over again. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. They got bored of my playthrough because my Blade Dancer Executioner was too good. Vilerpo, what's up, man? How are you, dude? Hope things are going well, man. Did you just get through streaming? You didn't even need Executioner, to be honest. Arch Militant when it was stupid strong. Really? That's awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to try it out. I did a Pyromancer build that was for a melee character, and man, it was awesome. And actually, you know, now that I think about it, I did it for a ranged character too, but I did it for my ranged character before the buff happened. Standing here, might as well.
Just another peaceful moment.
Do you give a quest? I don't think you do, right?
Hello. Are you also wondering why the heck we need them?
All right. Oh, whoa. You just did a 12-hour stream. Yo, that's crazy. So YouTube won't record any more VOD after 12 hours. I will keep going, but nice. You enjoyed the game that much. Are you still in Act 1? Fire powers plus melee could now build arch militant stacks, so it lets you very easily attack and spam powers.
Why the hell are Dara and his workers pushing so hard to build the second one?
This is exactly what happened. Ended up using Toy Box for a lot more than I planned to because of the underwhelming nature. Yeah, exactly. If you ever run it back, you probably have a much better time.
And ships don't even sail this way anymore.
You got the build. Let's roll. Nice. If not two lighthouses, then one.
One to drinking, and the second for when you're already drunk. Ha!
Mention the ships don't sail.
Why would they? The water's
Nice.
treacherous, so no ships. Storms and the weirdness are a deadly combination. Besides, who'd have the time to build or repair them? There are enough problems on the island. We don't need more. Well, not much going on here, as you can see. Things have been a bit different lately, due to the refugees. One was even hanged for theft. But I can't say much.
I've never just stopped and looked at the moving sky. That's actually kind of cool behind them.
You should visit our museum. You'll learn more about that fella.
Oh, is he the one who directs you towards the museum? Museum.
It's boring.
Crusader cleric with the deity Pharasma with death domain can still be neutral good and necromantic spells inside to make the flavor. There you go. Looks like you got your combo, dude.
As long as they follow the rules.
Looks like that works.
And if they don't, then they can hang. That's all.
They can hang. Good lord, bro.
Some other group, probably more dangerous, not so far from here. If they come closer, well, that wouldn't be too good. You can stay.
And actually, Crusader is super powerful because it can get access to soldier feats that otherwise wouldn't be available to the cleric. So it could be a very, very powerful melee option, even though with those angel spells, I would say that focusing on the spell casting is going to be more powerful for you, but you can do whatever you like. You were disappointed with Hell Knight Signifer's not actually getting a mask. I found Hell Knights to be very underwhelming mechanically. But from a thematic and a visual standpoint, I thought they were absolutely fantastic. Irrational hatred. All right. I think that's enough of this for one day. Definitely enjoyed it. And it seems like a lot of you were ready to get into the game as well. If there's, oh, you know what? I got some Discord messages that I missed. So let me check this real quick. See if there's somebody. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh, DMAC, you requested a key. My bad. I didn't even see that. One moment. Do. Sorry, I didn't see your message. There we go. All right, so we have given away 2 keys now for Tainted Grail. I definitely enjoyed this, but again, most likely in the next stream, we will be moving on to probably Arcanum. I'll probably do 1 or 2 streams of Arcanum, and then we'll go to Outer Worlds. But awesome. I hope you enjoyed BioArc. Sorry, I should have known by the whole my wife thing that you're a female. My bad. But yeah, I had a great time streaming today. Good to be back. Hopefully now I'll be able to get back to regular streams. We'll see. You all know how it is. I don't have a whole lot of control over my schedule. But anyway, appreciate all of you. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next stream. Take care. Take care, Vicar. Have a good one. How do you make a game like this and not be able to push the guy off the cliff? David, next time I'm looking at a game like this, I'm going to ask that question just for you. Is there a game where you're a cat pushing things off of things? That I could not tell you, David. So before you go, is there a way to reduce the mana reduction of summoning on Tainted Grail? Yeah, there's a skill for it in the summoning tree. And it actually has 5 levels of it. So you can significantly reduce how much of your mana gets reduced by summoning. For sure. Yep. Take care, David. Have a good one. Night, Elric. Take care, man.